Chapter 8:22. Ahaha, this kick is really cool. I've been unhappy with him for a long time. Who are you? Who are you? I've caught you. I've caught you. Under the red sun, the centaur staggered across the wasteland. He suddenly shouted and suddenly laughed. His mouth was still spitting out some illogical words. The current centaur was a madman, but at the same time he was also a genius. Luo Nen quietly observed and determined the nature of the centaur from thousands of kilometers away. The centaur was indeed a genius. His senses on the mental plane were extremely sharp, and he possessed his own logic. He was able to discover subtleties that were difficult for ordinary people to understand from unexpected angles. He tasted the soil, mud, and powder. He started from the perception of the material and connected to a broader level of information. Luo Nen was still unable to understand the inconceivable aspects. It was no wonder that he was personally recommended by old Yu despite his eccentric personality. He was one of the people with the greatest potential on the mental side of the Xia City branch. However, success came from geniuses. Failure came from geniuses. The current situation of the centaur was due to the backlash of his talent. Because of his keen perception, he was able to feel the infiltration of Luo Nan's consciousness. He captured the traces of Luo Nan's existence and instinctively sensed the danger, especially at the moment when he kicked down the true god in the laboratory. This unconventional operation had already exceeded the scope of psychological suggestion. It was completed by Luo Nan's forceful control, thus exposing even more traces. While the space of the laboratory was turbulent, the centaur relied on his talent and his unique sense of smell to trace back and form some sort of spying. The originally one-way, conductive line became two-way. This was a fatal link. Compared to Luo Nan's level, the centaur was still far behind. Luo Nan's soul cloak, the multi-layered void interweaved in the sandwich domain, and the altar spiderweb that had just precipitated a huge amount of information from the abyss world. For the centaur, this entire mental plane structure was equivalent to a small abyss world. It was far beyond the scope of his understanding. Unfortunately, he still forcefully wanted to spy and analyze it. It was tantamount to opening the last throttle. A huge flow of information came crashing down. Luo Nan had already penetrated his mental defenses into 1,000 holes. He could not withstand the impact of the backlash, no matter what. Moreover, centaurs didn't have an altar spider web, so there was no possibility of buffer precipitation. Under the impact of the terrifying information flow, the horned demon's mind domain, which had its own logic and rules, shattered like an eggshell. He's done for. Luo Nan was certain that the self-logic system of the horned demon had short-circuited and completely crashed. What he had done, what Luo Nan had manipulated him to do, and his own desires and delusions. They were completely mixed together. Truth and falsehood were unknown. Inside and outside were inseparable. They polluted and degenerated each other. The old order had been destroyed, and there was no possibility of a new order being established. So the centaur went crazy. If I can't handle it, I'll probably end up like this too. Luo Nan was deeply moved, but there was more lingering fear. Perhaps he was only a step away from this state of insanity. One step away, Luo Nan seemed to understand something. He stood firm and didn't take that step, but the fate of others like the centaur was already clear. For example, Grandpa. Once a thought sprouted, it couldn't be stopped and extended to a deeper level. Right at this time, a shadow appeared from behind the void, suppressing over. True God seems to be really angry. Nonsense. Perhaps the true God, who was kicked into the mist maze, was in a difficult situation for a moment. But at his level, the matter of locating a location in the void was nothing difficult for him. Luo Nen didn't want the true God to stay in the mist maze for too long. In any case, the true God relied on a unique method to anchor the horned demon. He used the horned demon as a fulcrum, intending to travel through space and kill his way over. Luo Nan would certainly refuse. Just get the hell back to Band City. Using the horned demon as a medium, Luo Nan's soul strength was teleported through space. It pierced the void barrier that was as fragile as a piece of thin paper. The wrestling situation between the two sides took shape in an instant. The true god was fiercer in terms of momentum. The shadow that diffused behind the void displayed the multi-layered and multi-angle effects of the propping mulberry tree's great divine treasure. The depths of the shadow contained a flourishing and blazing power like the sun. Once the true form was exposed, the powerful explosive killing power would pour down from the abyss and sweep through everything. It would be invincible. Luo Nan was on the defensive. There was a bit of a gap in cultivation compared to the veteran extraordinaries. But the most important problem was that the horned demon was far too inefficient as a medium. Its mental state had already collapsed, and it had become a bad conductor. From time to time, there would be abnormal electrical resistance, and it greatly affected Luo Nan's control. The shadow had already penetrated the void barrier. It was like a dense shade under the sun. Dots and lines interweaved and scattered. Occasionally, the gap that had yet to be closed would reflect the sharpness of the sun's sharp blade. There were a few gaps on the horned demon's body. Just a slight drop would cause the skin to split open and flesh to split open. Caught you. The true god's telepathic thoughts were even more intense than the sun. He was speaking to the horned demon, but the sharpness of the telepathic thoughts was clearly piercing deeper into the mental domain. What to do? Then, a thought suddenly popped up in Luo Nan's mind. Using soul magnetization is just right. What the hell was that again? Luo Nan was absent-minded for a moment. Finally, his memories from some time ago were particularly deep. He quickly locked onto the corresponding region. The so-called soul magnetization was a certain scene from the external neurons offline test. The strange thing was that this method did not come from the relay station that Luo Nan had been researching and pondering about all this time. Instead, it came from his opposite, the vassal of the fantasy breed. Luo Nan had some impressions of it, but it was absolutely not as clear and deep as it was now. The information deposited in the abyss world has been activated. This was the only reason Luo Nan received. He was unable to analyze it in depth. The true god's power had already broken through the world and entered. Luo Nan brought out the power of the propping mulberry tree's great divine treasure without holding anything back. The power firmly locked onto the horned demon, piercing through the horned demon's fleshly shell. Luo Nan attempted to invade the mental plane and trace back to its roots. Luo Nan needed to organize a solid defense. Then let's do it. The altar's spiderweb seemed to tremble and ripple slightly. Rich and detailed information poured into Luo Nan's mind with this slight movement. The details of the scene from the offline test were so clear and precise that Luo Nan did not need to analyze it. He just needed to draw a ladle from the gourd. Luo Nan was able to realize an extremely similar effect. It was at this very moment that dark clouds and thunder appeared out of thin air outside of the true god's giant shadow palm and the sunlight blade under the high plateau sky. The scale was far inferior to the scene from the offline test, but the necessary methods were not lacking in the slightest. Lightning curled around the horned demon's body and mist spread out. The dual power that came from the material plane and the mental plane forcefully brushed down, distorting and even completely changing the structure of the horned demon's body and soul. Luo Nan's consciousness seemed to be assimilated with the mountain range of clouds in the test scene amidst his days. They were indistinguishable from each other. Luo Nan clearly analyzed the marvels of its internal operation, slightly changing the scene and efficiently using it on this side of the world. The horned demon held in pain and struggled instinctively. The old and new wounds on its body burst open. It was a tragic sight to behold. But this bit of resistance no longer possessed any practical meaning under the effects of this power that exceeded the scope of his understanding. Mist filled the air, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The horned demon's figure dissipated within the lightning, and then it was reborn. It was also at this moment that Luo Nen truly realized complete control over the horned demon. There was no longer any obstruction between the two. On the wasteland, the horned demon suddenly raised his head to face the piercing sunlight blade. On the mental plane, it pierced through the layers of the void, forming a connection and collision with the gaze of the true God. A continuous stream of lightning and fire burned through the void barrier in an instant. But then it shuttled back and forth, performing the most exquisite of repairs and stitches amidst the chaotic and pervasive cloud of fragmented smoke. The void was destroyed and reborn with it. A new structure was erected behind the front line of the void. It advanced, merged, and corrected. Layer upon layer, it gradually solidified the void gap. This method was a reference to the offline test scene. It was the transit station's defense project of the space-time barrier. From Luo Nan's perspective, this was a matter of course. The situation stabilized a bit, but it was destined to be a bitter battle. Of course, this was not Luo Nan's first time fighting against an extraordinary, but he had never experienced losing and then forcefully turning the tables. He was a bit excited. He made preparations for a long stalemate and confrontation. But at this moment, the true God's reaction exceeded his expectations. A short and undulating syllable penetrated over. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Forgive Luo Nan. He didn't understand what this meant at all. This shouldn't be any language from Earth. Otherwise, the built-in language system of Luo Nan's AI would certainly have done a good job of marking and translating. But on the other hand, the division of syllables and rhythm of the sentence had a strong sense of familiarity, rising and falling in a chaotic sense of contradiction. After bobbing up and down several times, the secret me character, symbol suppressed within the core of Luo Nan's consciousness, suddenly shone with great radiance. It illuminated his mind, and it combed through the string of syllables once more, forming the meaning of reality. Soul magnetization. The meaning was synchronized, but the special way of expressing it made Luo Nan's heart tremble with fear. The true God on the other side felt that it should be about the same. The true God's oppressive power suddenly shrunk back amidst this atmosphere. It broke away from Luo Nan and quickly vanished into the void, leaving not a trace behind. The wasteland returned to its previous appearance. Only the centaur, an outsider, nailed his body to the wasteland. The setting sun shone on his back, forming a long shadow. There was always an end to the shadow, but the horrified emotions in Luo Nan's mind continued to extend outwards. He wanted to grasp some of the mysteries, but he was still lacking by a thread. At this moment, the external neuron vibrated. Chapter 823. No matter the time, the external neuron's movements were always at the forefront of Luo Nan's mind. Now it was even more sensitive. Even though the reaction of a true God and the state of the horned demon were worth pondering, Luo Nan still temporarily withdrew his thoughts from the wilderness. He focused on the virtual brain interface and quickly scanned it twice. There was clearly a prompt response, but there was no definite information. Luo Nan rarely saw this sort of situation. He did not dare to be negligent. He examined the virtual brain interface with all his concentration. He hated that he could not search the central region where the myriad stars converged. Fortunately, he had not reached this stage yet. He was able to capture the source of the change. It was one of the two large satellites in the periphery of the central virtual brain galaxy. It was the outer space flying ship that had always been in a state of isolation. Since there was nothing to dig up, Luo Nan had subconsciously overlooked it in the past. But ever since he officially came into contact with the abyss world, aside from the extreme structure of balance between order and chaos and the corresponding backlash power, the thing that gave Luo Nan the deepest impression was the solitary floating in the periphery of the abyss. It seemed as if the flying ship could collapse at any time. One was inside and one was outside. One was far and one was near. but the impression it gave others was carved from the same mold. Luo Nen could not help but suspect that there was a close relationship between the two. Right now, the outer space flying ship was still in a state of isolation. It was far from comparable to the exoskeleton armor on the other side. But when Luo Nen focused his thoughts and observed carefully, the flying ship, which had always been in an unreadable state, lit up a certain region in the middle of the ship's hull. The specks of light there were distributed in chunks. There was a dizzying effect, but it was more transparent. The light from the inside of the flying ship seeped out. It was as if the facilities and equipment in that region had been connected to an energy source. The program had been activated, and it began to hum and operate. Luo Nan's thoughts probed over, and they really did enter. The unreadable state of the outer space flying ship became history. It opened up certain privileges to Luo Nan. When Luo Nan's thoughts cut in, they were limited to the electrified region. There were no more obstructions. He could feel a large amount of precise and complex structures. It was as if it truly existed. It was a high-end ship that could travel in space. It was just that it was in a mini form. And it was precisely because it was mini that the degree of precision of certain regions had exceeded the precision limits of Luo Nan's mental perception under the situation of being shrunk proportionally. It was as if a layer of dense fog was wrapped around it, making it hard to see too clearly. In this indescribably tiny space, in this state of precision and fuzziness, there was a piece of equipment. It was being displayed on the bright screen. There was a display interface on the device, on which an extremely tiny trajectory module was flashing. It looked familiar. Luo Nen pushed his microscopic perception to the limit, and he finally recognized it. Wasn't this the offline test he had just passed not long ago? Wasn't this the scalp-numbing and complicated management cockpit interface? Luo Nan would be able to recognize it even if it had shrunk by 100 or 1,000 times. The interface flashed silently. It was still in a relatively simple initial stage, and it seemed to be inviting him to enter again. Luo Nan really did cast his telepathy over, but the result he obtained was system loading external data, offline testing function maintenance. External information? Was it referring to external information like soul magnetization? Was it an established process, or was there some kind of stimulation? It was most likely the latter. Luo Nen recalled the contents of the flash of inspiration when he fought with a true god. Of course, there was also the earlier process of offline testing, the information input process that helped him solve his problems. They all came from the precipitated information of the alter spiderweb, but in the end, they still came from the abyss world. The external neuron didn't refuse anything. Or perhaps this was its method of analyzing information from the abyss world. Luo Nen could basically determine the close relationship between the external neuron and the airship at the edge of the abyss, from the external neuron's internal and external reflections, from the sending and receiving modes of the signal waves. But he still needed to observe the relationship between Team 1 and the abyss world. At the very least, he needed to see what kind of changes would occur after the so-called functional maintenance. Returning to a more realistic level, Luo Nen thought about the subtle evaluation he had obtained and the high probability of his low flying score. Frankly speaking, he was a bit unconvinced. If he could do it all over again, that would be pretty good. Basically, Luo Nen viewed this change as a positive trend. All that was left was to wait. He let out a breath, and his thoughts returned to the wasteland. The horned demon, who had just been cleansed by the soul magnetization, stood there quietly. It was no longer insane, but it was like a wooden stake. It was as if it had become an empty shell. Had it been formatted? Luo Nen imitated it and used the soul magnetization technique. He really didn't know what the consequences would be. He probingly entered the mental plane of the horned demon and felt the activity of its thoughts. It wasn't a dried-up well, a pool of stagnant water, nor was it a chaotic state where true and false were confused. Instead, it had a fixed rule and a certain rhythm. It was just in the process of germinating anew and integrating anew. It wasn't just the mental plane. There were some changes and adjustments to its fleshly body. In particular, the area where it had been pierced by the true God's sunlight blade. The cell activity was intense, manifesting itself more clearly. Luo Nen didn't know what would become of it in the end. He had to wait for this. But first, he needed to make some arrangements. It was quite scary to just stand there blankly. The battle with the true God just now was short, but it was still quite eye-catching. Luo Nan had already ascertained the situation of the surrounding 100 square kilometers. The few people who had been ejected from the laboratory were all distributed in this area. Perhaps there were some among them who were interested in chasing after him. Speaking of which, Luo Yuan should have left. In the corresponding position, there was only a pile of rotten flesh that was rapidly losing its vitality. And President Wan, everyone was quite close to each other. Luo Nan did not forget that the reason why his telepathic thoughts had returned to the 70 format laboratory was because of Dean Wan. It was because the wording was highly similar to Dean Wan's cultivation theories. It was related to the lamination interference technique. Maybe he should go up and talk to them? Luo Nan shook his head and opened his personal mailbox. There was a letter that had just been sent. The sender was a bit unfamiliar, but with his grasp of the surrounding wilderness, he naturally knew the true source. Even if he didn't know, he would definitely be able to guess it based on the special words used. This was a set of complex coordinates. It involved the dual positioning of the material plane and the mental plane, and it was described with the unique theoretical logic of the 10,000 towers. Were it not for the fact that Luo Nen often communicated and discussed with him, Luo Nen would have been confused for a while. But right now, Luo Nan was a bit stupefied. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. At the end of the day, President Wan was a friend. But how was he supposed to reply? Luo Nen would feel disgusted if he were to play dumb and make a fuss about nothing, asking how these coordinates came about. But if he were to seamlessly connect the dots and go straight to the main topic, some things would be too troublesome to explain. Since this was the case, Luo Nan pulled up the information on the lamination interference technique from the virtual brain system. He did a rough scan and opened up the virtual work area over at Band City. He earnestly used that I secret symbol and began a laborious translation. Dean Wan would certainly be very interested in this information. To return a plum with a peach. Everything was left unsaid. Of course, there were difficulties in translating. Sometimes he could understand it, but when it was reduced to words, the words wouldn't be able to convey the meaning. He would have to ponder over it endlessly. Luo Nen decided to work through the night in one spurt of energy. Yin Lu had Luo Nen arrange 3 tasks for her. She was so busy that her feet didn't even touch the ground. Only Snake Tongue served her by her side. The habits of humans were very terrifying. Unconsciously, she had already gotten used to having someone serve her by her side, and Snake Tongue was the best. Luo Nan remembered that he still needed her to help him with his experiments before. But due to the accident in the laboratory in the wilderness, he had to fly several thousand kilometers away and fight back. But now he still needed her. At the very least, he could refer to her at any time with the yarn of invisibility. Wouldn't he gain more inspiration? Time had no sense of existence in the face of concentration. Soon it was midnight. Yin Lu came back from her business to greet Luo Nan, but Luo Nan chased her off to rest. The lighting in the bedroom interweaved with the lighting in the virtual work area. They were all automatically adjusted to the most suitable and stable state. It seemed that they were going to continue like this forever. But at this time, muffled thunder sounded in the night sky of Band City. Howling winds came at the same time. The wind was quite strong. Even though the yacht had already anchored into the harbor, it still trembled slightly. This was the omen of an impending storm. Snake Tongue, who had been massaging Luo Nan's shoulders, subconsciously took a deep breath. She didn't know why, but her chest felt a bit stuffy. Luo Nan's movements paused before she could think deeply. He laughed. A true god has returned. He seems to be in a terrible mood. Snake Tongue's mind was in a muddled state for an instant, but she immediately became alert. She made a quick and sharp connection. Is the Amaterasu order preparing to restart the project? Who knows? Luo Nen blurted out without thinking. He lowered his head and continued his translation work. Snake Tongue's gaze focused on Luo Nan's face. In the end, she lowered her eyelids and continued with her work. Her technique was the same as before. As for what state her mind was in, only she herself knew. No, the Lord beside him must have known as well. Time passed bit by bit. Dark thunder rumbled in Ban City. Dense clouds prevented rain, and the air grew more and more stuffy and dry. Snake Tongue obviously couldn't feel it inside the yacht, but her spirituality was clearly being suppressed and affected on the mental plane. According to the logic of Luo Nan's words, this was most likely the influence of a true god. Snake Tongue had been in Ban City for many years. She couldn't say that she wasn't used to strange sights, but she still had the ability to accept them. It was just that she was affected by the actions of the Amaterasu ordered 2 days ago. It was hard to avoid some divergent considerations. Georgia Waymen was probably shivering in fear. Luo Nan's voice suddenly cut into her ear. What's the temperament of a true god like? You've been in Ban City for so many years. Do you have some understanding? He's temperamental. He has an explosive temper. If he's a god, then he must be a very vile one. Snake Tongue quickly reacted. She made her own conclusion and evaluation. He's quite in tune with the atmosphere of the divine path in Ban City. Luo Nen burst out in laughter. Snake Tongue still had a sharp and sinister temperament deep in her bones. His curiosity was piqued, and he asked in passing, "What about me, my lord?" "Yes, what about me?" Snake Tongue didn't find this strange. Luo Nen had faintly placed himself on par with a true god's mentality. It was just that this so-called evaluation was close at hand. It would inevitably bring about all sorts of problems. She had no choice but to consider it. After several seconds of silence, Snake Tongue smiled and said, "From what I see, my lord really isn't gentle." The language of humans was truly marvelous. Snake Tongue clearly deviated on purpose with craftiness, but it involved the flow of dispersing on the mental plane. She went from a pool of stagnant water to a winding stream in a jungle. The complexity and subtlety of her emotions actually exceeded the scope of Luo Nan's understanding. Luo Nan couldn't figure it out for a time. He thought deeper and felt that it was ridiculous. He simply dispelled these distracting thoughts and responded faintly, "Then I'm really sorry." He no longer spoke with Snake Tongue. He focused on his translation work once more. It was another sleepless night. Chapter 824. Old Hand did not go to the factory today, saying that he was not feeling well. He stayed at home to give himself some time to catch his breath. In fact, his body was indeed slightly injured. Diving 180 meters deep into the water and staying there for a long time, even with the support of his equipment, was too harsh for an old man. He leaned on the sofa, but he was not idle from time to time. His fingers were constantly moving in the virtual workspace, drawing the foundation structure that was formed or not. Shelter, this was a good thing, but the situation outside was very tense. The Soul Order, which had been developing in a low-key manner, suddenly became the target of everyone's curses, and for such an absurd reason. Even from afar, the veteran could smell the scent of a conspiracy, not to mention whether the Soul Order was innocent or not. How could such a job be passed down? How to learn? It was all a matter of brain power. Some people, once dead, would throw difficult problems at him. His wristband vibrated, and a call came in. Seeing the caller ID, Old Hand raised his head but quickly picked up. "Hello, Secretary Ian. Yes, I'm not in the factory. Do you want to continue?" "Looking for a studio. Looking for me? President Okupenrong Sen can definitely recommend better than me." "Hee, I'm not a professional. But if Mr. M.O. insists, I can indeed help from a technical point of view. Come over to pick me up? There's no need, right? All right, I won't stand on ceremony. After the short call ended, Old Hand scratched his gray and white hair. He could not help but wonder, does the blood flame order want to break through from me? Where did I get the face to do so? In any case, Mr. M.O. was still quite respectful. Even that arrogant female secretary called him Master Show the next day. Her attitude was very proper. Old Hand fell for it. What was more troublesome was that he had been looking for people too frequently in the past 2 days. His own rhythm had been completely disrupted. All right, stop the research. Although death is a big deal, life has to continue. Brother, just wait a little longer. Old Hand had seen many life and death situations in the wilderness. Although he did not have a heart of stone, he could still take it easy. He erased all the graphics he had copied and studied in the virtual workspace, tidied up a little, and prepared to deal with it again when he went out. As he was about to leave, he remembered something and dialed a number. 10 seconds later, the other party picked up. The voice was hoarse and tired. Uncle Shou. Xiao Jiang, did you stay up late again? It's okay, I'm used to it. Uncle Shou, speak. Oh, I see. The veteran briefly explained the conversation and asked, I think that Mr. Mo's attitude is pretty good. It seems like he's sincere about acquiring the company. Today, you said you're looking for a studio, but I think it's just an excuse. You still want to talk to us. You're our leader. Why don't we take this opportunity to meet? I'm just here in name to make things easier for everyone. I won't be participating in the specifics. Uncle Shou, you can make the decision. Little Jiang's voice was soft but firm. In the end, she reminded him again. Of course it's good if we can negotiate, but if we can't, there's no need to force it. After all, Banqing is xenophobic and the trade market is not a good place. We've already crossed the ocean to get here. Why should we care so much? The veteran was open-minded. The infected people are still resources. They won't be cleared out so quickly, but they won't let go so easily either. Since we've come to Banqing, we probably won't be able to return within a generation. It's good to have a foundation to let everyone settle down. A soft sigh came from the other side. Uncle Shou, thank you for your trouble. I should be the one thanking you. At this age, I don't have to worry about anything, but I can't help but take care of those bottles and cans, old and young. I can't do it, and it's all thanks to you. Uncle Shou, I said it a long time ago. This is to repay my conscience. Forget it, let's not talk about this. How are things on your side? Has the ownership of the laboratory been decided? Not yet. LRCF has been asking for a long time to buy it altogether. It's been more than half a year, and they still haven't come to an agreement. Are they waiting for the Great Zay Church to collapse so that they can directly collect the trash? From a long-term legal perspective, LRCF's current investment and funding model will be less troublesome. But if there is a clear direction and we try to advance the project faster, it will be more efficient to integrate. I really want to know their direction, but looking at the situation in Banqing, if we wait a little longer, collecting trash might also be a good business. Veteran laughed out loud, but in the end he couldn't laugh anymore. Banqing was in turmoil, and ordinary people like them, especially the living assets who were detained on this piece of land, wouldn't have an easy time. Jiang Zhong was right. The peaceful trade market wasn't a good place. To put it bluntly, buying property here was just to create a beautiful bubble, to comfort the people. The call ended. Veteran sighed, patted his clothes, and went out. During the day, the peaceful trade market was centered around the trading center, and the prosperity radiated outwards, gradually decreasing. When he arrived at Veteran's nest in Linshan, it was already very quiet. Most of the people went to work or to do business. An entire residential area seemed empty, which was more in line with the traditional style of Banqing. Veteran stood on the side of the street, waiting for Secretary Ian to come over. He was old, and he didn't have a good rest last night, so he couldn't help but yawn again. At this time, from the corner of his eye, he saw a high-end black MPV approaching from the opposite side of the street. In this residential area, there were fewer such vehicles, so he thought it was Secretary Yin's car. So he turned his head and took a few more glances. At this time, he received another call. I'm on the side of the road and I saw. Hey, you guys haven't arrived yet? No, don't worry, I saw wrong. Oh yes, it's here. As he spoke, the black MPV that he had mistaken for slowly drove past him. Coincidentally, a similar black MPV drove over from the corner of the street a little further away, and the two cars passed each other on the relatively narrow street. Later, this car stopped next to Veteran. Ian deliberately got out of the car to formally greet Veteran and helped him open the door of the main compartment. Veteran saw Mr. Mo smiling at him from inside the compartment, and his wheelchair was placed next to him. Previously, Secretary Ian didn't mention that her boss was also coming over. Unexpectedly, the Veteran was a little overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. If one was unaccountably solicitous, one would definitely have ulterior motives. Could it be used here? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't delay. He bent over to get into the car and said with a smile, "You guys are too polite." "It's what I should do." Mr. Mo invited Veteran to sit next to him in the guest seat and said in a soft voice, "I'm going to stay in Band City for a while, but my mind isn't idle. It's very important for me to have a suitable workshop to try some things out. I'm very grateful that Master Show can help me." "You're too kind. If you don't find it to your liking, please don't be angry." Mr. Mo smiled again. His smile rarely had the sophistication of an adult, but it made his face, which didn't show much of his age, look even younger. Veteran couldn't figure out what kind of person this person was and what kind of personality he had. In any case, he was a professional. Veteran had seen many businessmen, but he had never seen someone like Mr. Mo, who entered the factory as soon as he came and found a workshop to do experiments within 2 days. Ian Lu also got into the car and sat in the front passenger seat. She turned her head and asked Veteran, "Master Show, where should we go first?" "How about going to Jitakucho to pick up someone? I have an apprentice who used to work in customer service, but now he's in business. He's more familiar with the market than I am." "Of course." The car started again. Mr. Mo looked through the window and sized up the street. Master Show's residence is very quiet, but it's a bit remote. How's the peace trade market? Well, I can only say it's okay. You also know that there are a lot of immigrants here. We vagrants from the wilderness, as well as modified humans, can't have a get-together every day. I see. Mr. Mo, if you're more concerned about this, I'll take it into consideration. In fact, as long as it's a good workshop that can be rented, it's filled with expensive things, and the location is quite particular. Mr. Mo smiled and didn't say anything. The car drove away from the street, and just half a minute later, another black commercial car that had just driven past Veteran S-Place turned around and came back. This car looked like a business car on the outside, but the space inside was stingy and full of equipment and personnel. Only the main and front passenger seats were spacious. At this moment, the man with a crew cut in the front passenger seat was giving orders. "Team 3, go in. Follow Supervisor Bai's instructions and do a good job. Don't rummage around like you're doing a forced search. We haven't reached that stage yet." As a frontline commander, his instructions were too long, and his lazy attitude had already affected his subordinates. Someone asked, "Captain Jimmy, how long will that stage take?" Go ask our beautiful Supervisor Bai." Captain Jimmy watched as the members of Team 3 sneaked into the suspect Veteran S house and put down the intercom. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head, his gaze stopping at the back half of the main car. "Perhaps you can also ask our Honorable Mr. Neo. Come, use your brain and contribute a little more to the real world." At the end of Captain Jimmy's line of sight was a man in a hospital gown. His body was perfectly straight, but in fact he was firmly confined by magnetic rings. At the same time, 7 or 8 tubes of different thicknesses were inserted into his mouth, nostrils, and even the skin on the back of his neck. They went up to his brain, and the ends were connected to the equipment on the side. This Mr. Neo had a blank expression, but the various electric signals extracted from his body formed a rather effective stream of information. A large number of blurry and shaky images were displayed in a specific projection area. There were some relatively clear figures inside, and they were constantly changing, including veteran. Chapter 8:25. The middleman that veteran introduced to Mr. Mo was a young man named Wu Li. He had a dark complexion and was as thin as a stick. At first glance, he looked like someone who was malnourished or a long-term drug addict. However, his eyes were bright, his steps were light, and his mind was fast. He only communicated with Mr. Mo for a few times before he figured out Mr. Mo's pulse. Although the workplace he chose was not satisfactory, it was still quite good. In more than an hour, they had gone to 3 locations. Mr. Mo did not feel annoyed, at least on the surface. Next was the 4th location. Veteran had joined in the fun earlier, but he gradually felt sorry. He pulled Wu Li to the side and whispered in his ear, "Do you have any idea? He is not good at walking. You can't do anything from top to bottom." Wu Li grinned. "Master, Mr. Mo has a beautiful secretary to serve him. What is there to do? What he needs, however, should be a high-end, well-equipped place that is quiet and able to withstand the torment. He is an expert. Practicality is the most important thing. Master, you are an old man. You have never fought a rich battle in your life. Moreover, you are a technician and he is a boss. Your way of thinking is definitely different. I think Mr. Mo entered the workplace because he wants more inspiration. He doesn't care about the form or the process. In short, he was a money-burning boss." Wu Li did not finish his words, but Veteran saw through him. He scratched the back of Wu Li's head, telling him to restrain himself. It was not right to say that Wu Li was cheating. He just kept hinting that there was a better choice than this one. He took advantage of Mr. Mo's high requirements for equipment and insensitivity to price, and raised his psychological threshold bit by bit to enjoy a higher premium. After getting back into the business car, Veteran apologized on behalf of Wu Li. Although Mr. Mo did not say anything, it was good to make it clear in advance. Moreover, Veteran vaguely felt that Mr. Mo was a person with clear eyes and a clear heart. His disciples' thoughts might not be hidden from him, but Mr. Mo was magnanimous and did not care. The more it was like this, the more he had to lower his attitude. Mr. Mo laughed. "It's okay. I don't care about going to a few more locations. I just want to find a suitable working environment to deal with technical problems. You can say that I am looking for inspiration." Wu Li, who was in the back seat, immediately hid his head in the waist of his trousers. The Veteran turned around and glared at him, but judging from Mr. Mo's expression, he really didn't care. Mr. Mo really knows what he's doing, and he's standing at a higher position than us. He's also more knowledgeable, and he's a person who needs to expand. He said with a smile, "No, for now. I'm only doing some technical conversion work. Whether it's looking for a workshop or buying a factory, it's all in service of this goal." "I see." It was true that he was looking for a private workshop today, but it would be too pretentious to say that he didn't want to talk about the acquisition at all. The Veteran took the opportunity to add some weight to his side. "Let's not talk about anything else. Half of the people in the factory came from the wilderness of the old continent. They've been with me since they were young. They've also been through wind and rain. They're different from those cowardly Osaka people who only know how to dawdle. I brought it from the wilderness. It's direct and durable. Strong hands-on ability." Wu Li tried to make up for his mistake by concluding at the end. "Top-notch material processing. I've seen it." Mr. Mo was referring to the visit to the factory the night before yesterday. The Veteran didn't want to mention that because the young lads in the assembly workshop used some of the techniques of the shelter, to form a highly effective synergy. The infiltration and death of the miner made him know that the situation outside was tense, so he didn't want to complicate things. Also, he's smart. Wu Li is a bit off topic. In fact, a really smart person should learn the craft honestly. Wu Li had long been trained to be thick-skinned. He only pretended to be a little embarrassed, and then he followed his master and echoed, "The senior and junior brothers in the factory are really smart. Let's not talk about anything else." In the normal trade market, our subdatabase questions have the highest adoption rate. Mr. M.O. didn't know what was going on. At this time, Yin Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and explained, "The subdatabase questions that Wu Li mentioned should be referring to the external questions of the credit rating system of the Vagrant Exchange, right?" Yes. Wu Li nodded like he was pounding garlic. Mr. M.O. seemed to understand a bit. "Is it the credit rating system that rewards activation points? So it turns out that the above question banks can be accessed externally?" The veteran was slightly startled. These words sounded a bit childish. He subconsciously lowered his judgment of Mr. Mo's age by a level. Wu Li didn't think too much about the latter part. He took out a simple tablet from his bag and directly handed it over. "Swipe the question board. Many of our designs are on it. Our factory takes up nearly 20 of the top 100 pre-database questions." Ow. Luo Nan took the so-called swipe the question board. The endless stream of new toys made him feel that it was getting harder and harder to maintain his persona as Mr. Mo. Right now, it was time for Yin Lu to play her role. She explained the background knowledge to Luo Nan. The normal trade market of Ban City was essentially a blood-sucking market built on the periphery of the Vagrant Exchange. It was a place where the large amount of black goods circulating in the Vagrant Exchange were legally laundered. The two formed a concentric structure. The inner Vagrant Exchange still strictly adhered to its internal rules. Only black market currency was circulated. There was only an official exchange rate that could be exchanged with all sorts of currencies in the outside world. For example, credits from the secular world, honor points from the inner world, and so on. But the normal trade market on the periphery provided a variety of forms. It bypassed the Vagrant Exchange channel to realize a more flexible and convenient transaction mode. One was relatively fixed, while the other fluctuated rapidly. The exchange itself was a benefit. Plus, this place was an important transfer base for the raw materials of marine aberrations. There was also a half-black, half-white experimental base for infected aberrations. Naturally, this place became an important source of income for the government of Ban City. It was also the best place to launder large amounts of money, and the black market currency was an important leverage. It was in high demand. Many specialized professions and products revolved around this. The Swipe the Question board was one of them. Due to the Vagrant Exchange's credit rating system, it gave every participant the opportunity to obtain a certain amount of black market currency for free. Many people relied on the system to swipe questions, unceasingly increasing their level and evaluation. They obtained black market currency to exchange. But every time they logged into the system, it was a test. If they failed the test again and again, their evaluation would be damaged. So some people thought of an idea. They used the method of ants, moving houses, to gradually transfer the credit test question bank out. They integrated it into the so-called Swipe the Question board to be used for daily practice. Although the questions in the question bank were as vast as the sea, there were always traces to follow for each profession. If they swiped a few times, they would have a bit of an impression of each question. Then, with a bit of luck, it was possible to jump 2 or 3 levels above their actual level. The higher the level, the more privileges one could enjoy in the Vagrant Exchange. In a certain sense, it wasn't something that could be measured by a few points. They're persuading people to make progress by swiping questions. Luo Nen gasped in amazement at the imagination of the people of Ban City. But what the hell was the external question bank and the advanced question bank? Chapter 8:26. An external question bank, huh? Ian Lee's subsequent explanation was a bit more conservative. It said that the rating system's designer, or perhaps its maintainer, made this arrangement in order to expand the question bank. It allows users to create their own questions through a certain evaluation and filtering mechanism. Questions that don't belong to the original question bank will be absorbed. Luo Nan asked curiously, "I've never seen this function before?" Since it's an external question bank, it's not within the original system. It's an independent data center that connects to the vagrant exchanges of every major city through cloud technology. It also sets up subbanks. If the standard of the subbank's questions is high, then it's possible to be selected into the main bank and obtain higher profits. Luo Nan shook his head. It's this complicated. That's why it's a bullshit external question bank. On the other side, Old Han chuckled coldly. Originally, it was a simple and practical training rating system. Now it's forcefully turned into a scam. Ian Lu originally wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Old Han, so she didn't say anything more. On the other side, Wu Li pursed his lips. Master, the official trading application has a self-creation function. How is it a scam? Also, we've relied on this to earn over 100 points in the past few years. We've also exchanged quite a few resources. It's not a small supplement. On Old Han's side, his anger flared up. He glared fiercely. Bullshit, Abu. Pooh. It's true. We all crawled out from the wilderness. How come I don't know of any big shots who have mixed themselves into the officials? Also, do you know what big data is? It's just a tiny bit of profit. You've taken away all your treasures, and you're even happily helping others count their money. No way. We're just playing around. We shouldn't have put it up. We can probably hold on to it. Wu Li was already a bit weak in the latter half of the conversation. His unpromising appearance made Old Han even more angry. He casually slapped Wu Li's forehead. This kid Wu Li and the other children under him were good at everything. They only cared about the small profits in front of them. It wasn't that they couldn't see things clearly. They simply didn't have any ambition. It was hard not to be a bit sad in the midst of his anger. Most of these young people had grown up holed up in Ban City for a few years. They were immigrants in name, but in reality they were prisoners and even experimental subjects. How could they possibly have any ambitions? Not taking revenge on society was already a sign of pure nature. Luo Nan's gaze swept across this master and disciple pair. He didn't try to mediate the fight. He just lowered his head to size up the question board interface. The initial interface was just 2 sets of boxes and color blocks to choose from. It seriously lacked a sense of design, and it was almost identical to the system interface in Spring City. It could be considered one of the most simple ones he had seen in recent years. The other was the 100-year sequence test interface. It was this simple interface that formed a sharp contrast with the rich content. Luo Nan chose the direction of mechanical design, which he had tried before. What followed was different from last time. There was an additional level, and there were 3 options on top of it: combat simulation, unlimited questions, and browse index. He could roughly guess the meaning. Luo Nan first switched to the index interface. He had a general understanding of the question bank's structure. Then he chose the infinite swipe question mode. He let the questions in the question bank appear one after another in the form of a waterfall. The operation was designed to be immersive. Regardless of whether the question was being answered or not, it could be switched infinitely. There was also a drop-down function, which was considered more user-friendly. Luo Nan casually switched to the questions on the swipe question board. He looked as he evaluated. His foundation in mechanical design was laid down by worker Zhai. He was more academic, and his design ideas were influenced by the virtual brain system. He used configuration thinking as a key link, and he had a myriad of experiences. Overall, his design was quite high-end. Now that he didn't have the pressure of a test, it was easier to form an overall impression by quickly browsing through the question bank. The questions on the swipe question board were clearly divided into two types. One type was the questions from the original question bank, or the questions that were similar in style. Regardless of the difficulty, they were relatively rigorous. They also tended to be practical. Some were even relatively old-fashioned. As for the other type, thanks to the creator of the swipe question board, there was a built-in ranking and filtering function. Luo Nan adjusted it to the premium recommendation level. Only then did he feel that the questions that appeared weren't as painful to the eyes. Luo Nan hurriedly flipped through a few pages before he finally gave his evaluation. Deviant, difficult, dangerous, strange. Very eye-catching, but very interesting. Old Hand had just freed himself from his complex emotions when he gave Luo Nan a thumbs up. His meaning was that Luo Nan had hit the nail on the head. Luo Nan smiled at him. These newly created questions on the swipe question board, even if they were of an extremely high level, weren't necessarily rigorous. They were more imaginative and bold. And the mode of setting questions for others to do carried a certain sense of flaunting. This way, the train of thought of the person who set the questions would be exposed more clearly. What was being tested, what was being hidden, what was being flaunted, and what was the core of the questions could be discerned with a single glance. Luo Nan swept his gaze over and felt that he had a basic understanding of the overall style of mechanical design in Band City. If he were to ponder deeply and extract a few processing techniques, it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, if he were to expand the scope, he removed the restriction of mechanical design and the amount of information suddenly exploded. Within the domain of the Vagrant Exchange, there were still topics related to distortion, alteration, biochemistry, and even supernatural powers. They were more common. Luo Nan even had the misconception that he was now an expert in the study of marine distortion species around Band City. From hunting and gathering, to processing and processing, to design and manufacture, to practical use, all sorts of information was available. This was simply a database of distortion species in a region. Band City was like this. If it was as Ian Luce said, then the 88 large metropolitan areas of the world were like this. Luo Nan understood Old Hand's meaning. Only an idiot would let go of such a rich resource of information. Speaking of which, Luo Nan seemed to have heard someone mention something similar before. He had some memories of this in his mind. Luo Nan couldn't recall it for a while, but he didn't force it. He switched the page to the ranking list of physics and specifically asked Old Hand, "Who are they?" Wu Li blinked his eyes at his master and pointed them out to Luo Nan one by one with excitement. Hengduan, 7 tribes. Your unified logo? Luo Nan keenly discovered that the people who came up with the questions that Wu Li was referring to all wore this logo after their IDs were verified. You could say that. Wu Li grinned. His mood was clearly affected. It was Old Hand who explained. The tribe used to be mainly active in the vicinity of the Hengduan mountain range. After they moved to Band City, they were divided into this order. The Hengduan mountain range. Near Spring City? Luo Nan suddenly asked. Old Hand chuckled. I've stayed in the vicinity before, but it's normal for the tribe to move back and forth. They've been to the basin, they've been to the plateau. There's no set number. Luo Nan went, oh. He didn't continue to get entangled on this topic. He decided to go through the dozens of self-created questions on the ranking list in more detail. During this time, the car had already reached its destination. Luo Nan didn't care. In any case, he didn't even need to move a finger. In Lu could serve him comfortably. Wu Li winked at his master again and received another slap from Old Hand. This time, it was a slap to the back of his head. Wu Li grimaced and moved to the front of Luo Nan's wheelchair. He cleared his throat and began to introduce the workshop and its surrounding environment. This used to be a small-scale Frost River Reality branch store. I quite like to come here to play. But after 2 years, it couldn't hold on any longer, so I sold it. I partitioned it into a professional workshop like this one and rented it out. Many manufacturers do their after-sales maintenance here. Of course, most of the goods sold in the trade market aren't consumer goods. There are very few idle people here. It can be considered a quiet place amidst the noise. Frost River Reality. Luo Nan raised his gaze from the question board. He seemed to be deep in thought. It's rare for a Frost River Reality branch store to not be able to continue operating in the world. It was rare for Lu to express her opinion. It was probably because of her previous experience as an executive of Frost River Reality's flagship store. Wu Li responded with a chuckle. In the end, the trade district isn't the CBD. Everyone is working during the day. It's normal for them to work at night. Adults who trade their lives for money, who would have the leisure to come here every day. Plus, the machines are easy to break, and the fees are crazy expensive. Old Hand glared at him. You guys fight here every day. You think you're in the right. Get to the point. Luonan had just woken up from his daze. The familiar feeling from before should be from Frost River Reality. Indeed, it should be from one of the games. He turned to look at Lu. Your previous project, 10 Days in the Wilderness, should have the corresponding data to support it. Lu was startled for a moment before she said, Definitely. A large-scale reality game like 10 Days in the Wilderness requires a massive amount of real-world data. She understood Luo Nan's meaning when she spoke to this point. She turned to smile at Wu Li. Maybe you guys contributed to it. Wu Li was embarrassed and speechless. That's right. The virtual reality technology of the Frost River Waterway was able to perfectly integrate into the archetype format's training mode. This made Luo Nan very amazed, but he was also very unwilling to accept it. He had once asked He Wayne for some understanding. The specific details were a bit blurry. He only remembered the gist of it. According to what she said, there were many major powers from all over the world that were providing technical support for the Frost River Reality project. In terms of big data, all sorts of channels were used to collect real-time information from all over the world. They were transmitted, updated, categorized, analyzed, and processed at all times. The question board was small, and the questions were intermingled with good and bad ones. But as long as they were collected online, with the support of enormous computing power and algorithms, large amounts of unstructured and semi-structured data could be effectively organized. A considerable portion of the data could even be reintegrated into a complete data model and be fully utilized. The Frost River Waterway was a virtual reality game. It was developed by many parties, and there were military and political forces involved. This was the root of the game. Humanity's counterattack against the mutants on all fronts in recent years was absolutely not due to the appearance of the deep blue platform. This was an enormous and orderly accumulation. It was an inevitable process from quantitative change to qualitative change. There was no doubt that this information was not free. It was more or less in the hands of several powers. Through complex cross-licensing, limited and paid sharing was realized. How salivating, Luo Nan sighed. Suddenly, the external neuron began to tremble. A pop-up window popped up on the virtual brain interface. Do you want import? Chapter 8:27. The external neuron had been very active for the past 2 days. Perhaps the negligible increase in privileges brought about some changes after the confirmation and review process was initiated. Reality proved that Luo Nan's guess was correct. He could see from the detailed information that the Heaven Stairway Level 4 knowledge access privileges allowed him to carry out the operation of importing external data, complementing and perfecting the offline database. If he confirmed that the data was not available in the main database, he would receive some rewards. It was possible to increase his privilege rating. Of course, this would have to wait until he connected to the so-called Heaven Abyss network and established a link with the main database. Perhaps this function was something like an information hunter? Right now, he could only be considered a librarian. Data was easy to deal with, but the matter of connecting to the internet was too far away. Luo Nen did not hope to rely on it to increase his privileges in the short term. However, the virtual brain system was the basic function of the database. It would also process the imported data, providing analysis, integration, modeling, and other application services. If he was able to experience the big data application technology of the mysterious alien civilization, then this trip would not be a loss. Luo Nen immediately clicked yes. He wanted to see what the result would be. However, the system immediately refreshed with new information, coldly shattering his wishful thinking. The system is loading external data. It is in depth analysis mode. Cannot be interrupted. Non-homologous data will automatically enter the next sequence. Fine, you're the boss. Luo Nan laughed in spite of himself. He was not in a hurry, but his thoughts turned, and he discovered that some of the characters were quite familiar. It seemed to be the influence of the offline test. The external neuron seemed to be far from being able to completely absorb the information of the abyss world that he had deposited through the altar's spiderweb. This was his own fault. He had to obediently accept it. Oh, wait a moment. Luo Nan's mind suddenly bypassed a subtle point. Speaking of which, when he passed the offline test, he had raised the single privilege of knowledge access. Only then could he have the function of importing external data. Before this, the external deity's data system, which was connected to his magical energy, was more or less in a read-only state. Then, during the offline test, he had relied on the information deposited through the altar's spiderweb to pass the test. Wasn't the experience of the instantaneous increase in power equivalent to a cheat sheet? In essence, he had copied the reference answer from the database he controlled. This answer was rooted in the abyss world. Thinking about it this way, the relationship between the abyss world, the external neuron, and Luo Nan himself was quite subtle. No matter what, the data had to be imported. What Luo Nan wanted wasn't just to brush the pitiful 100 or so gigabytes of data on the question board. He wanted to dig deeper. Not only did he want to dig up the data in Ban City, but he also wanted to dig up all the major data centers in the world if he had the chance. He wanted to see which was better, the priceless data storage and processing system or the external neuron. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. Luo Nan had to admit that this idea was quite shameless. However, he still hoped that he could use this method to sort out the information he had accumulated during this period of time and come up with a clearer context. It must be known that Luo Nan's soul cloak could be found all over the world. It was an extremely high-end data collection system, but it was limited by his own brain power. It did not possess the ability to conduct in-depth analysis and calculation. He could only rely on the external neuron's built-in applications, such as the assembly interface, to conduct filtering. As the external neuron's built-in database was too high-end and not down to earth, many of them were not suitable for Earth's existing environment. In particular, the processing capabilities were seriously unmatched, and most of the plans given were impractical. Under these circumstances, Luo Nan urgently wanted to know what the result would be if he were to combine the virtual brain system with Earth's real data, as well as the precipitated information from the abyss world. But it was useless for him to be anxious right now. He could only obediently line up. Mr. M.O., what do you think? This place. Not bad. Most of Luo Nan's thoughts had shifted to the virtual brain system. He didn't pay much attention to Wu Li's explanation of the reality plane, but after 3 rounds of grinding, Wu Li, this clever devil, had basically grasped Luo Nan's context. He had more or less calculated the corresponding premium. The workshop introduced this time was already very close to Luo Nan's needs. Luo Nan had more or less understood this point before he got off the car. He had come to find the veteran today. He wanted to find a suitable workshop to research the lamination interference technique and the corresponding creation techniques. This was indeed one of the most important reasons. But there was another reason. He wanted to go a step further in communicating with the veteran. He wanted to establish a natural and close relationship with this former vagrant of the wilderness who seemed to be old friends with his father, mother, and grandfather. The current trend was pretty good, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, Luo Nen didn't focus the conversation on the workshop. Instead, he waved the question board in his hand. I just looked at it. The self-created questions on it have very solid fundamentals. Some of the ideas are quite brilliant. If these are able to represent the true level of the technicians under Master Show, then it's quite decent. Of course, if it weren't for Master teaching us to keep a low profile, then it wouldn't be a problem for us to dominate the rankings. Wu Li could already see the intent of cooperation in the veteran's heart after getting along for so long. He advocated with even more vigor, making it easier for him to take the initiative in future negotiations. Luo Nen just smiled. He didn't respond to Wu Li's words at all. He just said to the veteran, I've only skimmed through the external question bank of Ban City. It seems that the regional characteristics are quite strong. I've also seen the feasibility study report that Secretary Ian gave me. In the area surrounding Ban City, the manufacturing and processing of mutant materials, even if its high-end products, are basically made from the surrounding marine mutant species. The coverage is a bit smaller. It should be due to the limitations of raw materials. It could be said that Mr. Mo is an expert. The veteran glared at Wu Li and grinned. He made a circle with his thumb and index finger. Frogs at the bottom of a well can only see the sky this big. These kids think that they're awesome just by pondering a few products. I hope you don't mind my words. Mr. Mo Luo Nan really didn't mind. He laughed and said, It's nothing. The veteran's words were followed by words. He also added gold to his kids. But it's just like you said, Mr. Mo. Their fundamentals are quite solid. They're also much younger than me. They accept new things very quickly. The business in T-City actually has quite a bit of commonality. Luo Nen shook his head. It's not like that. Huh. Luo Nen handed the already useless question board back to Wu Li. Wu Li received it like an idiot. Right now, Luo Nan was sitting in a wheelchair. He was shorter than everyone present, but he grasped the rhythm of the entire scene. He even grasped everyone's mentality. Actually, Secretary Ian knows the best. The acquisition of a processing plant isn't necessarily a large business. The most direct goal is to serve me personally. Personally, the veteran still didn't quite understand Luo Nan's meaning. Luo Nan explained to him very patiently, I used to lean towards theoretical research and the mental side. Even though I've learned a few things on and off in terms of design and processing, my practical ability is quite poor. If I want to produce results in a short period of time, I need a high-level technical team to help me realize some of my designs. This is the main goal of my acquisition of the processing plant. Right now, even Ian Lu was very surprised, let alone the veteran and Wu Li. She was mostly baffled as to why the boss was so sincere to the veteran and the others. Wu Li glanced at his master and did what a rash young kid should do. He opened his mouth and said, Mr. Mo, even though I don't work in the factory, I know that there are over 100 people in the day's factory. There are 2 production lines and the annual production value is several hundred million. There has been a steady income these past few years. If what you mean is that you want to pile everyone into the workshop and let them handle those thoughts for you. This isn't too appropriate, right? The veteran coughed heavily. He was reprimanding his own disciple for being rude, but his ears perked up even more. The factory is a place to train people. Luo Nen wasn't angry at all. He continued to explain patiently. The master who taught me mechanical design theory once said that designers who haven't gone to the assembly line to polish themselves can basically be viewed as defective products. I am one of them. It's just that I have self-awareness. I don't want to let this shortcoming continue to be magnified. That's why I need Master Show, an experienced technical team under you to provide support and supplement. The veteran couldn't be bothered to be polite at this time. He directly asked, Mr. Mo, What you're saying is that you're acquiring the factory mainly for the skilled, technical workers in the factory. The operation is secondary. That's a matter for professionals to handle. I believe that Secretary Ian will provide me with experienced management personnel, and you, as shareholders, will certainly have your own considerations. Luo Nen didn't pretend at all. He directly came to a conclusion. From my perspective, it's really just a matter of paying attention to people. The veteran's heart sank. This was a situation he had never considered before. It was a direction he found very hard to accept. The reason why he jointly acquired the Day Society's processing plant was to find a temporary industry for the men, women, old and young of the tribe. Therefore, no matter what, the processing plant must be run well. It must be continued as stably as possible. Under these circumstances, how could he find a partner who didn't have the intention to run the plant diligently? The veteran's brows furrowed tightly. Luo Nen didn't seem to notice. He continued to speak, minding his own business. According to my standards, the level you've displayed so far, including the production line and the whiteboard, are all decent. But they're not good enough. After all, I hope that the products you can bring out aren't limited to just deep diving. Therefore, if we continue to cooperate, Master Show, your team, especially the technical personnel, will need to further broaden their horizons. In short, you can't stick to this one place, Ban City. You need to go out for further training, to receive tempering. Training? Going out for training. Wu Li's voice suddenly rose by an octave. The veteran was a bit stupefied. He subconsciously locked gazes with his own apprentice, wanting to confirm this information. Going out for training? Leaving Ban City? At this moment, the veteran and Wu Li could clearly hear each other's thumping heartbeats. Chapter 828. D City, Spring City, Xia City, G City, even Luoyang City, on the other side of the ocean. As long as it can help me improve, I can consider it. Luo Nen blurted out the names of the cities he was more familiar with. Objectively speaking, there was a suspicion of exaggeration. However, when it came to expression and speech, this kind of parallelism was definitely very effective. Not to mention that Ian Lu was helping him. Though Ian Lu didn't understand why Luo Nen didn't communicate with her beforehand and suddenly said this, one of her duties as a secretary was to support her boss. She began to rack her brain from the moment Luo Nen brought up this topic. She keenly grasped the opportunity to cut into the topic, taking advantage of the situation to supplement and perfect it. The Castle Financial Group has always had a system of commissioned students. They have cooperated with many famous schools, enterprises, and even the military all over the world. We are happy to give talents with potential a chance to improve further. Of course, we need to sign a training agreement that is in line with the interests of both parties and in accordance with the law. The length of service must also be extended accordingly. That would be more reasonable, more realistic. Veteran Hand and 5 centimeters were breathing heavily, but they didn't even realize it. Mr. Mo's gentle voice continued to seep into their ears and minds. Wei Pei Sheng is an existing system. If you're interested, you can ask Secretary Ian about it. I have no one to speak of. I don't expect everyone on Master Show's side to be talented, but as long as 1 or 2 of them can meet my requirements and be of use to me, I will have achieved my investment goal. The veteran felt that he could no longer hold on. The various worries and barriers in his heart instantly cracked under the plan that the other party seemed to have prepared for a long time. It was just a matter of blowing a breath away from complete collapse. However, Mr. Mo stopped here and returned to the nominal topic of the day. This is it. I'm very satisfied. What procedures do I need to go through if I want to rent it? I'll go get it done. Wu Li felt as if he had just woken up from a dream under the illumination of Luo Nan's gaze. He went to contact the service staff in a flurry. Seizing this opportunity, Veteran Han deeply adjusted his breathing and calmed down the pain that was hard to control because he had struck his ribs. He also felt joy that was almost uncontrollable. At the very least, it was a form of hope. If the young people in the tribe could take advantage of this cooperation to escape from this cage and live openly under the sun, all the joint venture purchases would not be an obstacle. Right now, the biggest problem was the disparity between the other party's plan and their status as mutants. Mr. Mo's plan was an idealized operation based on technology. He was indeed very capable, but could he break the tacit understanding and agreement between Sakura City, LRCF, and even the major forces in the world? Or, to put it more bluntly, was he willing to touch this taboo? Rationally, the veteran was still pessimistic. But no matter what, the other party at least came up with a plan, giving them a glimmer of hope. The veteran could no longer remain calm. Should he talk to Mr. Mo now and tell him about the restrictions they were under? Or should he immerse himself in hope for a while longer before facing the cruel reality? While the conversation in the workshop continued, another black MPV in the trade market ended its several-hour-long cruise and returned to an independent warehouse not far from the dock. During this period of time, the originally empty warehouse had been transformed into a simple command center. The warehouse space of nearly 1,000 square meters still seemed a little empty after filling in all kinds of equipment and people, but soon this place will be filled up. Captain Jimmy jumped out of the car. Behind him, his subordinates were carefully unloading the most important asset in the car, Mr. Neo, who had a tube inserted into the back of his head. The direct goal of the few hours of cruise was to stimulate the memory of Neo, who had been to the trade market before, and to stir up more information from the depths of his brain. With the dual effects of brainwave interference and reading equipment, the results were remarkable. At least, Captain Jimmy was already relatively satisfied. The captive captured on the night of the 7th had exchanged almost everything in a day's time. The only pity was that this guy did not know about the latest structure of the shelter. But it didn't matter. The core council of the Soul Church in the deep blue world had already been destroyed. The struggles of these stray dogs did not affect the overall situation. He arrived at the intelligence analysis platform. The positions of a dozen or so important people had already been anchored here. With the help of the SCA's authority system and the existing monitoring equipment in the trade market, they were being tracked throughout the entire process. For some special people, Jimmy had even arranged for a small fry. Wei Pei Sheng and the like are already in place. The voice of Mr. Mo was clearly reproduced in the command center, causing Captain Jimmy to sneer. Veteran Shouxiong was the clearest in Neo's memory, and it seemed that he was also one of the most important contacts. Of course, he had to be given special treatment, and the 2 investors from the Blood Flame Order were also put under surveillance. The movements of the group of 4 over the past 2 hours were all displayed on the 3D map of the trade market. Their every move was also immediately reproduced under the care of specially arranged monitoring and imaging equipment. Captain Jimmy swept his gaze over the slightly blurry and fake restored image and turned to the middle-aged man in a suit beside him. Minister O'Hara, I remember that Shouxiong and the others are restricted personnel? Can the SCA confirm this? Minister O'Hara grinned and tried his best to maintain a professional attitude. Yes, we've marked it very clearly. Shouxiong and the other members of the Hengduan 7 have social rights limited to a radius of 300 kilometers with the trade market as the center, and there are other restrictions in the city. Then the so-called Wei Pei-sheng is just a glib talker. Minister O'Hara answered without hesitation. Of course, although their relocation to Ban City is a social security action of the Star Alliance Committee, they are also restricted by the regulations of special groups, and they have signed an official agreement. If they violate the regulations and the agreement, they must pay the full cost of the treatment and infection suppression over the years, as well as pay a hefty penalty fee. Captain Jimmy touched the stubble on the top of his head and sneered. Ignoring this kind of problem, the first thing he says is Wei Pei and training. This Mr. Amo is also a person who speaks irresponsibly. Have you found any information on him? The intelligence officer raised his hand. We're currently contacting T-City. There's no need. We can't find this person in the SCA's database, so it's definitely a fake identity. But with Ian Liu, the deputy priestess, endorsing him, his position in the Blood Flame Order must be impressive. Maybe he's a spy arranged by Mrs. Halder. Forget it, it's about time. Let's close the net. As for the evidence, there are so many people, we can clean them up with a little trick. Are we really going to treat this as a police case? Minister O'Hara, who worked in the SCA in Ban City and was a senior civil servant, pretended not to hear anything. However, his deputy next to him was a little worried. Now, isn't it a little early? Also, capturing a few hundred people is too big of a movement. Without the cooperation of the local military and police, we can't do it. That's why we have to act during the day. Most of them are on the production line, so it's easier to catch them than at night. As for cooperation, of course we have to cooperate. Lord Dayuan, I'm counting on you. Minister O'Hara failed to pretend to be deaf. His face was stiff and he forced a smile. The illegal order is a cancer, and we can work hard to get rid of it as soon as possible. We are very willing to cooperate, but Captain Jimmy, in the information you provided, it was also mentioned that the peaceful trade market is in a special area in Ban City. With my authority, I can't mobilize enough police here. In fact, the SCA needs to coordinate with the police again. Don't worry about coordination. Don't we have Supervisor Bai? She's been hanging out with that guy from the Yuchuan family for the past 2 days, so she can help. Captain Jimmy grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Pack up all the information we've collected and send it over. If there are any problems that need to be solved, tell her and ask for instructions from her. I heard that at the end of last year, because she didn't take a vacation, her performance was deducted completely. If she wants to turn things around this year, she'll definitely be more proactive than us. As he spoke, the intelligence officer in charge of organizing the data had already obeyed his order and sent out the corresponding information. Captain Jimmy smiled in satisfaction and temporarily left the intelligence analysis platform. As he walked, he cracked his neck, and the joints of his neck bones creaked. There was also the sound of special metal being stretched, and only he could feel the subtle vibrations. He wasn't worried about any big movements. The dynamo core had already been updated to the 7th generation, and it had pushed him to complete a complete transformation. He was the first batch of Deep Blue Walkers to complete this kind of change. Even Tian Bang, who had made a name for himself last year and was known as the #1 person below the extraordinaries, had only just begun testing the 6th generation of products. Thanks to Professor Luo, if it wasn't for his cage theory, the experimental reality wouldn't have been able to complete the new generation of products so quickly. Right now, he couldn't wait to test it out in real combat, even though he might not even need to do anything against this motley crew. From the warehouse, he could vaguely see the upper deck of the luxurious yacht from the distant pier. Investors of the Blood Flame Order? It would be fine if they were tactful, but if they were stubborn enough to get involved, he didn't mind using this order, which was going downhill, as a sacrificial target. Captain, Supervisor Bai's orders. Captain Jimmy snapped his fingers. Okay, get ready. Captain. The intelligence officer's voice was somewhat hoarse. Wait a moment. Supervisor Bai has refused to authorize us. Captain Jimmy suddenly turned around. What kind of joke is this? Chapter 829. Supervisor Bai, regarding the arrest operation, I hope you can give me a clearer instruction. Captain Jimmy felt that his authority as a leader had been seriously challenged after making a fool of himself in front of his subordinates. He immediately called Bai Xinyan and taunted her back in a seemingly polite but actually forceful manner. The response from the other side was very flat. Then you can rest here and continue monitoring if you have nothing to do. The only thing you are not allowed to do is make any arrests. Do you understand? What was with this unusually arrogant attitude? Captain Jimmy did not care about his tone. He had never taken Bai Xinyan seriously in the past. Today he was unexpectedly hit with a stick. Now that he had to respond, the other party's attitude was like adding fuel to the fire. He unconsciously raised his voice. Reason. Overall judgment. What a good reason. Captain Jimmy could no longer maintain his polite facade. The only thing that drove him to continue speaking was the long distance that his fists could not reach. He could only smash his fist against the wall of the warehouse and explain his reason through gritted teeth. From Neo, we can confirm that there are missionaries from the Soul Cult who have made contact with the nomads of the 7 tribes and are preaching. The fish that slipped through the net 2 nights ago has most likely re-established contact with them. That person is an important person who has control of the shelter's new core configuration. If we allow him to spread this configuration and allow the Soul Cult to rise from the ashes, who among us can bear the responsibility? The configuration is only a standard, there are no secrets. As for the Soul Cult, as long as they use this method to preach, they're destined to lose everything. Bai Xinyan was still calm and collected. She did not mind debating with Captain Jimmy. As long as we know the people involved, it doesn't matter if it's the new version or the old version. It's not difficult for us to analyze it. As long as we can decipher it with the characteristics of the shelter, the faster it spreads, the greater the harvest will be. Why not? Of course. I'm just saying this casually. Currently, the situation in Band City is very complicated. There are few people with strong influence and leadership who are not emotionally stable. I don't want a problem that could have been easily solved to become a problem because of someone's violent style. How about this explanation? Captain Jimmy's head was about to explode from anger. You directly pointed out names. Don't you feel tired of beating around the bush? Bai Xinyan's low chuckle came through the communicator. This is indeed a problem of understanding. Of course, there are some small taboos. As the commanding officer of the operation team who has undergone strict training, you should have this basic quality. Captain Jimmy, you can come up with a new plan and report it to me according to the procedures. I will make a fair judgment. Please believe in my basic qualities. Manners my ass. The true god of the Amaterasu cult is a big shot, but does he need you to flatter him in such a roundabout way? The corner of Captain Jimmy's eye twitched. If they were face to face, he might just throw a punch at them and walk away. But if he took the initiative to hang up now, things would be even more difficult to solve. Damn it, it's better to be in charge than a county magistrate. When he was sent to Band City to carry out a mission, he didn't expect that he would be defeated by a woman who was only a manager in name. It shouldn't be. Bai Xinyan was indeed a manager appointed by Quantum Corporation. She also had a very strong relationship with the Deep Blue Laboratory. Rumor had it that she was Wang Yu's lover. But this wasn't a reason for her to overrule the judgment of the frontline commander. Jimmy and his operation team originally belonged directly to the Deep Blue Laboratory. But when they were experimenting with the 7th generation Dynamo core, their affiliation was transferred to the Apocalypse Laboratory. Between the 2 labs in Deep Blue World, no matter how one looked at it, Apocalypse had the upper hand over Deep Blue. Even if Captain Jimmy was just a new subordinate with a shallow foundation, there was no need for him to suffer by Xinyan's vexation. After a momentary clash of thoughts, one side gained the absolute upper hand. Captain Jimmy gritted his teeth. I will stand by my position and judgment on this matter. I will also report it to the laboratory. When the time comes, I will ask Manager Bai to communicate with Manager Yen. Who? That light and even disdainful tone clearly had nothing to do with the question. Captain Jimmy choked and couldn't speak anymore. If he said anything more, he would only be humiliating himself. Not only that, but his superior and backer would also be implicated. The terrible atmosphere of the call finally collapsed, and Captain Jimmy almost crushed his communicator. With a gloomy face, he paced around the corner of the warehouse a few times. Several times he wanted to make a long-distance call, but in the end, he didn't choose such a lowly way to complain. In the end, he chose to use the form of a short message. After considering a few words that could barely be considered objective, he described the situation here and sent it to the other side. 5 minutes later, there was a buzzing sound, and the other side replied to the message. The sender was Yen Yongbwa. The message was very short. Watch the show first. Captain Jimmy had followed this person for more than half a year, and he knew that this true superior of his wasn't referring to Bai Xinyan, nor was he referring to Bai Xinyan. Instead, he was referring to the greatest pleasure he had been looking forward to recently. It was a show of coercion and bribery led by capitalists in the vast Pacific Ocean. So far, the stage had not even been moved yet. With the attitude of the superiors on both sides, what else could Captain Jimmy do? He wanted to curse, but he forcefully pushed his emotions back down into his stomach under the gazes of the people around him. The special metal on the back of his neck seemed to be ringing, but this time it was irritating and uncomfortable. It even seemed to make his neck and shoulders ache. Captain Jimmy patted the back of his neck and ground his teeth. He stomped heavily on the ground and returned to the intelligence station. The operation will be cancelled for now, but keep a close eye on these people. Not a single one can be missed. The intelligence clerk didn't want to talk too much, but there was something he needed to ask. The 2 people from the Blood Flame Order. How should we deal with them? Captain Jimmy's dark face exuded a bit of green. He stared at the clerk with a look that made it seem as if he wanted to eat him up. But in the end, he only spat out 2 words from between his teeth. Keep an eye on them. The clouds that had been stifling for over 10 hours finally condensed into droplets of water in the middle of the afternoon. It began to rain with a pitter-patter. Yin held up an umbrella as she escorted Luo Nen back to the yacht. Snake Tongue welcomed him respectfully and helped Luo Nan change into his casual home clothes. Then she said, "My lord, it seems that there are people in the vicinity of the pier who harbor evil intentions towards us." Snake Tongue knew that Luo Nan's mental senses were sharper than hers, but as a member left behind, it was her duty to report problems. Luo Nan went, "Oh." He was disinclined to put on an expression. Just keep an eye on them. Everyone keep an eye on them. They probably won't start fighting for a while. Ah, yes. 3 hours had passed since the short-term rental agreement was finalized. During this time, Luo Nan stayed in his rented workshop to familiarize himself with the equipment. He drafted an experimental plan according to the relevant circumstances. How to integrate the high-end technology and high-end requirements of the mysterious alien civilization with the reality of Earth's environment. This difficult problem consumed a large amount of his brain cells. It made him lazy and somewhat unable to lift his spirits. However, he still attached great importance to the group of people in the warehouse at the pier, especially the leader. The structure of his body and soul was very valuable for research. Unfortunately, the current environment of Ban City was complicated. Everyone was afraid to take action, so Luo Nan needed to keep a low profile as much as possible. Sometimes he couldn't keep a low profile. At the very least, he needed to learn to feign ignorance. Luo Nan had just learned this. At this time, Yin Lu delivered the latest information she had gathered. It was related to the Hengduan 7 tribes. It was also the so-called restricted residence situation in Ban City. Luo Nan skimmed through it twice before putting it down. Yin Lu had already explained the specific information and sensitive points to him. He wasn't a person of the law. He didn't need to consider too many minor details when solving problems. In short, in order to smoothly implement the Way Pay student system, Ban City won't let people go. Is that right? It's not just Ban City. Ever since every major city enacted vagrant laws one after another to guide vagrants back, a pattern has been formed on how to deal with people infected with abnormalities. It is an established rule that is tacitly agreed upon by the entire world. There were some words that Yin Lu didn't mind, but she had no choice but to say it again. "Mister, with your status and identity, most likely no one will go against your wishes. But if you use a system to replace the established rules, then the nature will be different. Luo Nan went, "Oh." He didn't say anything else. He seemed to be pondering, but he also seemed to be lost in thought. Half a minute later, the virtual work area in front of him suddenly opened. Lu was too close, so she was hit by the projected light. She hurriedly moved to the side, but she saw that the work area was displaying the psychic diagram of the deep sea from yesterday morning. Needless to say, this was yet another leap of thought that she couldn't understand. Luo Nan's hand casually streaked across the image of the deep sea. Finally, his fingertips stopped at the corner of the image where the only light was. I've dealt with the matter of mutated infections before. I was quite nervous at the time. It seemed that if I wasn't able to control it, it could turn into a disaster like Resident Evil. But now it looks like everyone already has a set rule. Do you have the specific data on the number of people infected with abnormalities in the entire world? You're saying the number of people living together and scattered, treatment control, death. Luo Nan spoke without thinking, and Lu understood. I will collect comprehensive data and report it to you. His fingertips continued to move across the psychic diagram. Luo Nan had the impulse to continue modifying, refining, and completing the diagram, but he controlled this impulse. This was because he knew that it wasn't time yet. He was still lacking in maturity. The infected with abnormalities, the deep blue world, the soul cult. I have to look at everything together. Lu instantly discovered that she had accepted an extremely thorny task. But at the same time, this was perhaps the first task she had accepted. It was a task that truly suited her identity as Boss Luo's secretary. She took a deep breath and bowed once more to show her seriousness. Chapter 830. My memories of that time have always been blurry, and I have been brooding over it. Back then, that experience was like a divine revelation. It was an easy harvest. It made me a backpacker who had always been restless, to the point that I took the initiative to venture into the wilderness, wild with joy. As time passed and my understanding of the divine revelation deepened, it easily became a burden. Knowledge and energy are completely different. The latter can be transformed in many forms, but knowledge itself shouldn't have fallen from the sky. It shouldn't have been forcefully stuffed into one's memories. I don't like the reason divine revelation. I wanted to have a process of cognition, understanding, and digestion. This is more in line with the value of this knowledge itself. Therefore, I trace back, hoping to be able to straighten out the entire vein. Dean Wan was a person with a story. Luo Nan read Dean Wan's reply and felt rather moved by some of the passages. This was the first time he knew that Dean Wan's exquisite and profound creation law system was obtained in such a way. Inevitably, Luo Nan had a few relevant and reasonable conjectures regarding the source of this system. Dean Wan most likely thought the same. Therefore, he was very interested in the information released by the horned demon about the wilderness laboratory. He didn't have to travel 1,000 miles to investigate. In the past, Luo Nan and Dean Wan had a friendly relationship, but it wasn't to the point of confiding in each other. However, Luo Nan's translation of the lamination interference technique had a powerful catalytic effect. It had indeed achieved the effect that Luo Nan hoped for. Everything is understood without words. But with the temperament of the two, they wouldn't talk too deeply about this problem. In fact, this was only a small portion of Dean Wan's series of replies. It was a sudden sigh. The main content was still deciphering the material. The lamination interference dynamo core technique is my favorite type. There aren't many mechanics and there are few assumptions. It is established on the basis of sufficient observation and material collection. It excavates the existing laws of the world, as well as positive interactions with humans. Show them and use them. The world is material in the end. Its ultimate form of expression is material. It requires material products to serve as proof. The author of the article has shown us the exquisite transformation from one material form to another material form. There are many illusions in the world that confuse the senses, but this is not one of them. This is a flow process that changes at will. Every link can stand up to scrutiny, showing the absolute beauty of the eternal change of the material world. When people were awed by this beauty, the author had achieved his goal. The biggest limitation of using this technology comes from ourselves. Whether we have the ability to understand and reproduce its aesthetics, as well as the material basis to match the aesthetics. Dean Wan was full of praise for the information on this stacking interference technology, and some of it was even sublimated to the point of poetry. However, most of it was still the analysis of the specific content, which was basically a careful reading of word by word. The various flaws of Luo Nan's forceful translation were undoubtedly exposed under this sort of study. He was forced to constantly rework, checking for loopholes and filling in the gaps. Only then was he able to resist Dean Wan's powerful and strict logic. However, Luo Nan obtained even more. A lot of experience, calculations, and speculations were no longer limited to the lamination interference technology itself, but included the reflection of Director Wan's entire knowledge structure. All of this was presented in front of them through the text, graphics, and even the content of the demonstration sent back by President Wan. It was impossible for all of this to be transmitted all at once. In fact, this was already the 6th wave of feedback that Luo Nan had received. It was a vast book of over 100,000 words, but it was only a cursory reading of the entire material and a small part of it. With Dean Wan's help, Luo Nan was able to read very thoroughly, even though he had only read a small portion of the material. He had basically grasped the core concept of this material. The intricate structure design had been deciphered almost perfectly. Only the most important part, as well as the most important part, was the processing. Both the material and Dean Wan liked to call it the creation stage. It was here that he encountered the same old problem as before. The processing environment and requirements of the mysterious extraterrestrial civilization were far superior. The disparity with the simple and crude conditions of Earth formed a barrier that was hard to surmount for a time. In the past, Luo Nan could only completely rely on the virtual brain system when he encountered this sort of thing. He followed the calculations of its intelligence to reduce, and reduce again until he could bear it. The exoskeleton laid with the electromagnetic muscle membrane structure was the product of this subtraction, and it was also the final plan that could only be realized after the God-binding hoop and the biological reactor were 2 hard goods. But this time, neither Luo Nan nor Dean Wan had any intentions of compromising. They didn't consider creating a high-end psychic core product in a short amount of time, but they didn't want to make do with it. They just researched and pondered bit by bit, starting from the core concept that was already relatively clear. They first did subtraction, then they did addition. They saw if they could find a winding and complicated path that would allow them to bypass this obstacle in the end. We need to start from configuration design. The greater the material conditions, the greater the changes in configuration design. The lamination interference technology is a mature plan. Even though there are restrictions here and there, it is already close to being a public product. We can basically confirm that it can be used by the majority of people at the corresponding level. But we don't need to consider this situation. First, we can make a private version that meets certain conditions. Perhaps this will be closer to the author's original design. This was Dean Wan's train of thought. It was indeed very reasonable. Then the core responsibility of changing the design was pressed onto Luo Nan's shoulders. This wasn't cheating. Dean Wan believed that Luo Nan's level of configuration design was far above his own. Luo Nan was the best and most suitable choice in the world. As for Luo Nan, even though he communicated with Dean Wan and asked for help from the Wan court, he wasn't willing to let someone else handle this important link. After all, this was something that belonged to him and his family. He had always believed this. Since a consensus was reached, another round of research had arrived. There is a fundamental difference between imitation and plagiarism. Being able to design and being able to do it are two different things. It's an excellent train of thought, but these problems appeared when I repeated it. The problem with the secondary structure needs to be explained clearly. I don't understand it, and I think it's too complicated. It doesn't conform to the refinement and elegance of the design itself. My opinion is, back and forth discussions, learning, borrowing, and even debates and quarrels took up the majority of Luo Nan's time. Well, no quarrels were more painful than quarrels. Luo Nan and Dean Wan did not use instant messaging tools in order to guarantee the security and privacy of the data and communications. Instead, they used the psychic wave network of the Xia City branch to conduct encrypted mail transmissions. The more restricted the communication, the more the two sides needed to rack their brains. They needed to thoroughly research the issues raised by the other side, and then transcribe a sufficiently persuasive reason. It was very difficult to mix emotional things into this. It needed to be rigorous and thorough, or else it would just be a waste of an opportunity to communicate. It would delay the progress of both sides. From Luo Nan's perspective, this was a novel feeling that he rarely experienced. There were some aspects of thinking that he might never be able to touch, but they were cornerstone-like existences to Dean Wan. The enormous gap between priority and backwardness would inevitably lead to conflict. In the end, it was possible to reach an agreement. It was possible for both sides to compromise, but it was also possible for them to shelve it. But even so, the efficiency was still increasing. There was a qualitative difference between one person and two people. The pleasant surprise of having an outstanding answer placed in front of one's eyes as soon as one opened one's eyes was extremely refreshing. Luo Nan would not slack off because of this. He hoped that Dean Wan felt the same way. Use your strengths. Be anxious for my needs. Be more realistic. Be more pragmatic. I still have to walk the mental side. The most malleable thing in the body and soul framework is soul strength. Dean Wan's brain was a lump of wood. It seems that I can do a bit of work with the structure of space and time. This kind of structure is very ambiguous in the virtual brain system. It is considered to be on the material side, but there is also a core of the mental side. Combining the strengths of the two is a bit interesting. Luo Nan muttered to Dean Wan and the principles he set himself as he continued the design process. The virtual work area had complex configuration lines, but what flashed through his mind was only 10 times, 100 times more. He had inspiration. He just persevered in searching for the most suitable one. This was the image of Mr. Mo that Veteran saw when he came in. There was no greeting. Perhaps Mr. Mo didn't discover his arrival at all. Or perhaps Mr. Mo didn't have any intention of diverting his attention. Veteran Han didn't get angry. Miraculously, Luo Nan's nagging, chanting sutras unconsciously eased his stomach, full of grievances and oppressiveness. He stabilized the moving frame that he had pushed over and found a chair in the workshop. He rested for a while, not opening his mouth. He just let Luo Nan continue to chant. He was very familiar with this scene. In the past, when he was pondering over designs and repairing things in the wilderness, it was basically like this when he encountered a difficult problem. How could there be such a peaceful environment back then? On the plateau and in the mountains, the howling of the wind and the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. There were even the sounds of explosions and fighting. They disturbed him all the time. In those times, only talking to himself and forming a domain could help him concentrate his mind until he entered a state of high concentration. This sort of situation practically disappeared after arriving in Band City. Even if he researched some things, his goal wasn't as pure as it was back then. It must be the beautifying effect of his memories. Veteran never cared to beautify his past experiences, but as he grew older, he couldn't help but reminisce about them. Occasionally, he would dream about them in the middle of the night, and it was as if he had returned to the wilderness where life and death swayed. He even often thought about it. If only he could have died a happy death back then. That would certainly be the most perfect ending. A sudden vibration from his wrist interrupted his thoughts at this time. It seemed to affect the rhythm and atmosphere of the room. Luo Nan's gaze shifted from behind the workbench. His brows furrowed. Chapter 831. The wristband vibrated silently, but it created an abnormal effect. For a moment, the veteran felt that his face was a little numb. He didn't know if it was because of Mr. Mo's piercing gaze. He hurriedly tried to turn it off, but it was too late. The veteran could only smile awkwardly. He first nodded to apologize to Mr. Mo, then looked at the contact person. Soon his old face sank. It was that bastard occupant Rongsan. The anger in his heart burst out again, but he didn't want to disturb Mr. Mo, so he got up and walked out. When he was about to go out, he finally couldn't help but say stiffly, "If it's still the same words, there's no need to talk anymore." He really didn't talk for long. In less than 2 minutes, he turned back from outside the house. At this time, he saw Mr. Mo standing in front of the mobile shelf he brought, looking at the hanging exoskeleton frame and rubbing it with his hands to test it. The rough skeleton on the shelf was really a skeleton. It was called an exoskeleton, but it wasn't the time to design the appearance yet. Everything was simple. It was just bones pieced together in various ways. Just looking at the details, it was good craftsmanship, but looking at the whole thing, it didn't look like it. The main material of the assembled bones was an amphibious mutant called Ox Demon in Ban City. Yes, it was made from the prototype of the mutant dark dragon god wilderness spirit, worshipped by the Great Zay cult. It was also ironic that the processing plant where the veteran worked belonged to the Great Zay Society controlled by the Great Zay cult. But in this factory, the most representative source of high-end processing materials was the Ox Demon. A considerable part of its technology came from the Great Zay cult. The veteran then knew not to take the so-called faith in Ban City seriously. It was just that. "I'm sorry for what happened just now." The veteran still wanted to express his apology, but Mr. Mo raised his hand to stop him. "Don't mind it, let's talk business." "Oh, the processing of this set of exoskeleton was done according to your instructions. The inner marrow of the Ox Demon was activated and then redesigned and pieced together. Every piece of bone is processed according to the sample standard you gave me before. I've also worked on every piece. After going through a special process, the skeleton was dark yellow and slightly transparent. The outer layer seemed to be smeared with a layer of wax. It was oily and slightly bumpy to the touch." While he was speaking, Mr. Mo did something, but the rough skeletons hanging on the shelves creaked and let out a dense, sizzling sound. At first, it sounded like an electric shock, but later, it sounded more like a boiling liquid. Under the dark yellow wax that had been processed, one could also see the expanding and bursting bubbles. After another second, the orange flames ignited with a whoosh. Following the wax that covered the surface, the rough skeleton was completely set on fire. The flames started from underneath the wax, and the bones sizzled as they burned, as if they could crack and be destroyed at any time. If the processing of the materials was not up to standard, it could really be destroyed. The veteran stared at him. Mr. Mo had done this several times before, and each time he would pay the full amount of the materials. Because of this, the rework made him lose face. This time, it could also be the beginning of another rework. In fact, the veteran could see from the first time that with Mr. Mo's high standards, his current apprentices could not keep up with the pace, so he had to do it himself. In total, he had been tossing and turning for almost 50 hours. It was hard to say what the result would be. The veteran had not encountered such an unconfident job for many years. Fortunately, this time, even when the flames were extinguished and the wax on the surface burned through, the bones were still intact, but they had obviously shrunk a little. There was still a layer of blood coming out of the bones. It was like the state when they were just killed and peeled off. There was still the smell of blood that had not cooled off. Mr. Mo stretched out his hands, grabbed one of the slender bones, and pulled it with force. The bones were like elastic rods. After bending, they naturally bounced back. But immediately after, Mr. Mo used the same action, and the bones turned into metal-like materials. They twisted and changed shape, twisting into an irregular, strange circle. Left there, the other bones also twisted. Finally, with a flick of Mr. Mo's finger, all the bones recovered their elasticity. They buzzed and bounced back to their original state. The veteran's eyebrows twitched as he watched. After the bones went through a few rounds of processing, the elasticity and plasticity could reach this contradictory and unified state at any time. It was already very similar to some cutting-edge military rare alloys. The most important thing was that it still preserved the special activity of the mutated bones. There was a lot of research that could be done here. It was just that the strength and lifespan were unknown. After decades of accumulation and the recent hot catalysis of the deep blue walkers, the technology of the exoskeleton armor was already very mature. Although it was only a rough mold, the veteran could still see that some of the design ideas that Mr. Mo requested were mimicry transformations, which belonged to the field that he was most proficient in. The veteran really wanted to delve deeper into it, but the mundane tasks around him made him irritated. He looked at the pure and focused Mr. Mo, who was focused on examining the bones, and unconsciously sighed. "It's okay. Don't worry too much." "Oh-huh?" Mr. Mo was still examining the various indicators of the bones. He didn't turn around, but his words seemed to be exceptionally comforting. The Amaterasu cult released a silent fart and digested it in their crotch. Right now, all parties in Band City are a little confused. It's normal for the Great Zay cult to have a change of heart. Is that so? The veteran was really a little confused when he was suddenly brought up to the level of the Amaterasu cult. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Mr. Mo took the initiative to talk to him about the current situation. All of a sudden, it was so high-end that it made him a little embarrassed. So it's useless to worry. It's better to concentrate on the matter at hand. Mr. Mo obviously used the logic of a technician. This couldn't be considered comforting, but the veteran just liked this. His old and hot-tempered temper that had been honed for decades was exposed at this moment. He didn't want Mr. Mo to look down on him, so he temporarily threw away all the worries in his heart and rolled up his sleeves. "What am I worried about? I'll worry for whoever gives me money. Is there anything that needs to be adjusted? I've seen a few connecting parts, and they seemed to be very crude when they were designed." The veteran rubbed his palms together and stepped forward. Whether he had really thought it through, or just mustered up a moment of anger, in short, he had returned to his previous and scrupulous state. He discussed in front of the skeleton and adjusted it, but he didn't know that Mr. Mo, who had become silent again, was paying attention to his mood, body, and even the various slight changes in his aura and magnetic field, in a way that was very difficult for him to understand. Chapter 832. Right now, many people in Band City were restless. From Luo Nan's perspective, he just lived his life as he should. There were many things to do in the last 2 or 3 days, but they weren't complicated. He even felt that things were simpler. But for other people, the feeling was completely different. 3 days had passed since Luo Nan and the True God engaged in a long-distance battle on the night of May 8th. Since then, the True God returned to Band City and threw a huge tantrum, so much so that the weather in Band City was affected. It was true that the power of extraordinaries was inconceivable, but no matter how inconceivable a true God was, he was still a living being. It was impossible for the material world to withstand the influence of the True God's emotional fluctuations. In fact, the impact on the mental plane was the most direct. It was just that the majority of the power stirred up a storm in the abyssal region. What sank into the sea of consciousness was merely the aftermath. Then there were the aftermath waves, which lasted for dozens of hours. It was more than enough for people to enjoy. This was especially true for the half-baked veteran. His bubble cage in the sea of consciousness was sturdier than that of an ordinary person, but it couldn't compare to that of a truly powerful person. He was tainted with many negative things for no reason, and they slowly sank into his heart. It was equivalent to a chronic poison. The size of the effect depended on the dosage. There would certainly be benefits in relieving the effects early. This was the result of Luo Nan's observations, but it was only a small part of the overall conclusion. Luo Nan could use some small tricks to help the veteran resolve the effects, but it was not easy to accomplish on a broader and deeper level. For example, old injuries, mutant infections, and the natural process of aging. If the veteran were to be the center, then everything would be filled with imbalances and incongruities. This old man, who had abundant experiences in the first half of his life, would gradually lose the opportunity to adjust the balance. He would endlessly consume his life force, and he would walk toward his predestined end. People still had to go through a considerable stage to experience it with their senses. But in terms of pure calculation, the feeling of seeing the answer with a glance was not too comfortable. Putting himself in Luo Nan's shoes and experiencing it on this basis, the feeling was even more difficult to describe. But Luo Nan still wanted to study. He didn't just study the veteran. He also studied the various people around him. In the end, he transformed the results of his observations into his own body, forming a conclusion. The conclusion came from him, spread to others, and returned to him. Thus, a complete chain of standards, observations, and corrections was formed. As for the standards of observation, Luo Nan had long since grasped the basic principles of matching the structure of body and soul. He had used his mother's coupling theory in conjunction with Jim Master Shio's 9 orifices, 6 roots technique to gradually fumble his way out. Luo Nan possessed an extremely strong personal style. Now that he had combined it with the concept of extraterrestrial civilization described by the lamination interference technology and verified it with each other, regardless of whether it was compatible or not, it was still an experience. He set his sights higher and gradually formed an ideal outline. He used this standard to examine himself and the physical and spiritual framework of the people around him. There was no doubt that most of them, including him, were defective goods. This won't work. As expected, I still have to invest elsewhere. What? Old Hand thought that Mr. Amo was talking to him, so he turned around. Luo Nan shook his head. He just said, "There's no need to change the basic design. Can you handle the fine-tuning of the details now?" Of course, the rent for this workshop is high, but the equipment is complete. There was no need to return to the factory. It would only take half an hour at most. However, I need your cooperation. Oh! Old Hand emptied his mind when it came to the field of expertise. His voice was raised by half a pitch. This toy is rough, but it's still an exoskeleton. It's also custom-made. It needs to be adjusted according to the actual situation. Mr. Amo is using it for himself, right? It's best to get on it and take a look. Makes sense. Luo Nan readily accepted the advice, even though there was a bit of difference between the actual situation and what Old Hand imagined. At this time, Old Hand was a bit hesitant. Is it convenient? Luo Nan laughed when he saw Old Hand's gaze cast at his legs. That was right. He was still a disabled person. Actually, a few days of time was enough for the replaced spinal nerves to fully integrate with his body. He didn't even sit in a wheelchair indoors anymore. When he went out, he reluctantly sat in a wheelchair for the sake of maintaining his persona. Old Hand only knew that Mr. M.O. was recovering from his injuries. He was worried that it would cause a relapse. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Luo Nan took 2 steady steps and assumed a stance. He indicated to Old Hand to help him put the exoskeleton, which still had a bit of warmth, on his body. It was a simple and crude exoskeleton frame. The power and conduction devices weren't installed. It was more like a burden to forcefully put it on his body. But Old Hand was an expert in this field. Luo Nan had a good grasp of the situation. He gave it a simple test on his body and roughly understood the situation. The load-bearing spine is conservative. The flexibility can be adjusted a bit. It's fine if it's not carrying weight. If you want flexibility, the lower limbs can be adjusted. The joint design can be changed. There's no need to make such a big move. Old Hand wasn't clear on Mr. Mo's usage route, but Luo Nan was very clear on the use of this crude exoskeleton in the restoration process of the lamination interference technique. There were some functions that weren't necessary, but there were some functions that needed to be perfected. He issued an order to the window system within the external neuron, changing the projection mode from a design perspective to an experiential perspective. The virtual work area behind the workbench disappeared. Then the radiance of the projection sprinkled down on an area of several square meters, with Luo Nan at the center. The radiance completely covered him, merging him with the projection area as one. It wasn't very convenient for ordinary people to use this mode. They needed to coordinate with other tools to perform self-reflection. But Luo Nan didn't need this at all. He was able to inspect and grasp the situation of his entire body just by relying on his mental senses. He also had the spare capacity to control the projection area. He carried out fine adjustments to make it conform to the material structure on the plane of reality. Luo Nan's series of operations were actually more convenient for Old Hand. Old Hand was soon able to clearly distinguish the layers of the structure from the blurred and chaotic light and shadow effects. It was as if he had received a specialized demonstration. 1, 2, 3. Old Hand counted seriously. He confirmed that Mr. Mo had consciously divided the design of his virtual work area into 3 layers. Mr. Mo himself was in the innermost layer, the core layer. The crude exoskeleton frame was in the second layer, the middle layer. The outermost layer was a virtual 3D structure drawn purely from dots of light, lines, symbols, and shadows. It was extremely complex and inexplicable. Old Hand narrowed his eyes for a long time, but he was unable to find the meaning behind it, so he tactfully shut his mouth. He no longer used his old experience to frame Mr. Mo's train of thought. He didn't know what Mr. Mo was planning in the end, but he could confirm that this definitely wasn't at the level of a deep dive simulation. Chapter 833. This must be the big shots from the inner world. I can't compete with them. I can't compete with them. Sure enough, it's more realistic for a small fry to build a shelter bit by bit. Compared to the capriciousness of the great swamp church, Veteran had a stronger resistance to the bizarre scene in front of him. After a slight fluctuation in his heart, he regained his balance. He looked at the exquisite structure that Mr. Mo had planned purely with an attitude of appreciation and knowledge. He saw that the dark red color of the exoskeleton skeleton, due to repeated processing, had become more intense. It seemed to be glowing, as if the marrow inside the skeleton had turned into a fluid that passed through the various connection points of the exoskeleton and connected them step by step. It was obvious that the aberration trait inside had been activated. Veteran was most familiar with his own work. He could see the state of the processed skeleton at a glance. While processing, the activity of the aberration trait was retained. This was the core of this set of technology, and it was also the most valuable part. Generally speaking, this reserved aberration trait existed as a stimulant. It stimulated the user's potential for a short period of time and exploded with extraordinary power. Then, the user would have to bear the corresponding risks. That minor brother of the Soul Church had half died because of this. However, the aberration trait usually took effect through infiltration and infection of flesh and blood. There was not much meaning in simply activating it. Mr. Mo, on the other hand, seemed to be using it as some kind of fuel. As for the first fire that ignited it, Mr. Mo's deeply controlled and rhythmic breathing, as well as the somewhat inflated outline of his body, formed an obvious causal relationship with it. Veteran judged that Mr. Mo had activated his physical strength, giving the skeleton a driving force, causing the aberration trait inside to ignite. It circulated and changed in the specially designed structure before being output to the outer layer. The inner layer, the middle layer, followed by the outer layer. The illusory light and shadow symbols that were presented by the projection function seemed to have become a substantial existence. The energy that was transmitted from the inner and middle layers was injected into it. It flowed endlessly along the plan structure and gradually dispersed in an orderly manner, causing the three-dimensional projection structure of the outermost layer to become more and more complex. Veteran's vision was a little blurred. He unconsciously blinked, and when his pupils focused again, the scene in front of him became even more absurd. The complex projection symbols and structure at the outermost layer gradually became blurred. To be more precise, what was blurred was the boundary between them and the surrounding space. It was as if there was some sort of fade effect causing the projected 3D structure to fade layer by layer from the outermost edge. Energy conduction was from the inside to the outside, while fading away was from the outside to the inside. It was unknown what kind of logic was reflected in the process of changing in completely opposite directions. At this time, the most eye-catching thing was the middle-level exoskeleton skeleton. This thing also seemed to feel the contradiction between the two changes, and it seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force. Its originally relatively stable physical form also began to distort, vibrate, and sway, and the amplitude rapidly increased. Ouch! Veteran cried out involuntarily. He saw that the skeleton on Mr. Mo's body was pressing against Mr. Mo's body, but due to the limitations of the protective structure, it missed by a few millimeters. His reputation and face had almost been destroyed. In that instant of change, the low and hoarse sound of the joints rubbing against each other made one suspect that it might collapse by itself at any time. At this time, the exoskeleton was simply a bone demon that had lost control. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, the periphery of the out-of-control bone demon entered the fade effect area. Without any privileges, the exoskeleton that was refined from the bones of the ox ghost slowly faded and disappeared, just like the projection symbol structure. The exoskeleton was still struggling and twisting, but this weird effect process was irreversible. Fade, erase, disappear. The series of demonstrations and actions just now seemed to be some kind of special ritual that made the expensive exoskeleton complete the transformation from real to intangible, and then it disappeared without a trace. It really disappeared completely, and not even a piece of it was left. Just when Veteran almost thought that even Mr. M.O. was going to be faded, the chaotic and treacherous situation came to an abrupt end. Mr. M.O. let out a long breath. There were already traces of sweat on his forehead and sideburns. Obviously, the period of time just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy. Not bad. It basically meets the requirements. Veteran was a little dazed, which was rare for him, until Mr. M.O. called him back to reality. Master Show, there are still some small changes inside. Veteran felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Speaking of which, it was also the first time he saw Mr. Mo's strength. It was a little difficult to jump from his first impression of a handicapped person to this channel, so he subconsciously asked a few more questions. What were you doing just now? Using absoluteness to imitate relativity and using perfection to simulate imperfection. Oh, what I mean is that I need to enter an absolute and perfect state, but I can't reach it at my current realm. I can only use external objects and corresponding designs to magnify and improve in order to strive to achieve my goal in a limited area. Master Show, the exoskeleton you made basically meets my requirements, but there must be some minor adjustments in the design and craftsmanship. The craftsmanship can't be considered as minor adjustments, right? Veteran finally calmed down and talked about the matter as it stood, but for some reason he felt a little diffident. The strength that Mr. M.O. displayed far exceeded the upper limit of his estimation. Was this a belated show of strength? Was this a warning for the slow progress of his investment business? Veteran could not help but feel petty, but Mr. M.O. was easier to talk to than he imagined. In terms of craftsmanship, I will ask another friend. and I will send you the specific suggestions later. But during this period, Master Show, you will have to prepare more raw materials. This was expected, so Veteran asked casually how many. Based on the finished product, at least 10 or 20 sets. You are going to arm a squadron. They are expendable. Recalling the distorted appearance of the exoskeleton before it disappeared, Veteran easily believed it. He wanted to ask for more details, but he saw Mr. Mo's expression become serious. His attention shifted, and he seemed to have picked up a certain communication. He mumbled, "Sis." Half a second later, he said, "Yes, it's convenient." No matter what he said, his eyes subconsciously glanced at the Veteran. The latter was a perceptive person. He did not say much, nodded, and quickly turned to leave so that everyone would not feel awkward. But when he was about to leave, Veteran still heard Mr. Mo's amplified voice. Chapter 834. The departing Veteran didn't know that Luo Nan was still feeling a bit awkward inside the room. He had been floating outside for over 10 days since he left Xia City. Not many days had passed, but he had experienced many things. He felt as if a lifetime had passed when he suddenly received He Yuan's call. The reason why he felt this way was because He Yuan hadn't taken the initiative to contact him during this time. Actually, Luo Nan's personal wristband, Hexa-ear, and other electronic communication devices were all placed in the underground laboratory of gear on the North Bank. He could only sense and remotely control them through the external neuron and the soul cloak. In this way, even if he were to call someone, his location could only be set at Xia City. Of course, ever since he rode the Devil Ray to fly, this little trick was revealed. The general meaning was, "I'm not in Xia City, yes, but I won't say where I am." He Yuan didn't contact him under these circumstances. This reflected her respect for Luo Nan's actions and choices. Naturally, she had her reasons for contacting him again. He Yuan's voice was calm. She didn't have any complaints, nor did she make any gestures of concern. It was as if they met every day and were having a daily conversation. Bai Xinyan left Ban City half an hour ago. She called me on the flight. Luo Nan grinned as he accepted He Yuan's calm and collected good intentions. He also acted calm. She's already left. The conversation was simple, but there were many unspoken words. Bai Xinyan knew that Luo Nan was in Ban City, and she informed He Yuan. Perhaps she wanted to give Luo Nan another warning through He Yuan. But from Luo Nan's perspective, there was no point in hiding things at this point. He naturally treated He Yuan as someone in the know. That woman really does have a talent for snitching. Did she also leak information to the Amaterasu Order? As far as I know, not yet. Really? This person's position is quite mysterious. He Yuan explained softly. Even though Bai Xinyan holds a position in Quantum Corporation, her role is similar to that of a shareholder representative. Compared to Quantum Corporation, she is quite detached, but many times her words and actions aren't the embodiment of her own will. Then kindness or malice. Which is her will? Luo Nan chuckled twice. Who's the shareholder behind her? Wang Yu? Deep Blue Laboratory? Apocalypse Laboratory? Or could it be Li Wei, the demon from beyond? Luo Nan didn't say the last sentence, but his opinion of Bai Xinyan hadn't lessened in the slightest. Someone who doesn't have a fixed standpoint, or someone who can't see through a standpoint, can only be more dangerous. Plus, she's always playing with this sort of thing. It's mostly due to her own vile interests. Humph. Sooner or later, she'll get out of it. He Yuan didn't need to clear Bai Xinyan's name. She just listened quietly. Luo Nan spoke to his heart's content, but a thought suddenly leaped into his mind. Sister Yuan, which side do you represent? Of course, he didn't ask this question, but truthfully speaking, He Yuan did indeed have a complicated background and was deeply connected to various interests. It just so happened that she was always able to maintain a relatively impartial position. Moreover, she maintained a tendency that made Luo Nan feel very at ease. This was enough. Luo Nan didn't want to be paranoid, so he quickly cut off this meaningless train of thought. He made a request out of habit. Sister Yuan, I want information on the Deep Blue world. Try to be as detailed as possible, such as the Deep Blue Laboratory and the Apocalypse Laboratory. The deeper you go, the better. If it's not easy to obtain, basic information on geography, minerals, and labor would also be fine. Also, the person in charge of the Apocalypse Laboratory is called Li Wei, right? Do you have any detailed information on him? Luo Nin couldn't help but single out Li Wei. He had Yin Lu gather this information, but he was limited by the Blood Flame Order's channels. The information was superficial, and he wasn't too satisfied with it. He Wayne was silent for a moment before responding. There are some confidential information that I'm not suited to provide. However, I will transmit some basic information and the corresponding catalog of information. If there's anything that you're particularly interested in, Mr. Luo, you can make an application to the government. This is because right now a portion of the information is gradually being declassified, and your relevant privileges have been rising rapidly recently. Under normal circumstances, the Star Alliance Committee won't refuse you. Luo Nan was shocked. There's such a move. Because we have to go through the process, the speed will be a bit slower. The other side will certainly get the information if we look over here. That doesn't matter. In any case, the entire world knows that we're not on good terms. Luo Nan admired He Yuan's ability to handle matters well without stepping out of the circle. He rubbed his palms together for a time, waiting to dig up Li Wei's foundation. Fine, he probably wouldn't be able to dig up Li Wei's foundation, but it would be good to clear away a layer of dirt. He Yuan asked him something at this time. How will Mr. Luo go to the jadeite light auction? The Devil Ray isn't a good means of transportation. Luo Nan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Sister Yuan, you're joking with me too. Right now, there are people who are putting on airs and watching me make a fool of myself. Why would I do what they want? You're not going? He Yuan was a bit surprised, but she soon felt relieved. She let out a sigh of relief. It's best if you don't go. I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? Ow. Ow. She clearly paused for a moment before continuing. What plans does Mr. Luo have? Cough. I haven't thought about it yet. These words seemed a bit irresponsible, but Luo Nen really hadn't thought about it yet. He wasn't naive or kind enough to believe that things would be over if he quietly seized back the 70-format laboratory and controlled the horned demons. The large amounts of equipment and information in the laboratory were still things he needed to get his hands on. Plus, it was very likely that this involved some matters of the past and relevant information that he urgently needed to understand. There was also the humiliation and threat of being toyed with in the palm of someone else's hand. This matter wouldn't be over even if he controlled 10 more horned demons. It was just that the first half of his time was focused on killing people. The second half was stuck in the external neuron, the abyss world, and the lamination interference technology. Matters like veterans and the soul order were interspersed in the middle, and he even exchanged a few moves with a true god. His brain really couldn't wrap itself around all of this. He was a bit confused when he heard He Yuan's question. He Yuan could understand Luo Nan's mentality. She didn't ask any more questions. She simply spoke of a plan. Her Majesty Empress will go to D City next Tuesday. She will stay for a day before going to the Jadeite Light to participate in the event. This itinerary is quite reasonable. Her private flying shuttle will stop for an hour in the sea outside of Ban City. The coordinates are... If Mr. Luo is nearby, you can go meet up with Her Majesty Empress Wu. Luo Nan was a bit surprised. Her Majesty Empress Wu is participating as well. Chapter 835. Luo Nan thought that if he understood the actions of Her Majesty Empress Wu and the Xia City branch as him standing on the field to support them, wouldn't he be a bit too presumptuous? He wanted to say something, but he felt that it was hard to express himself. In the end, he just responded, I really can't decide on my side for now. He Yuan wasn't surprised at all. It doesn't matter. Just let me know before 9 o'clock in the morning. Luo Nen let out a breath. Thank you, Sister Yuan. Also, thank Her Majesty Empress Wu, President Ouyang, and the others on my behalf. Luo Nen asked He Yuan about the recent situation in Xia City. Then he ended the call. Then he sighed. The most willful time seemed to have passed. He needed to collect his thoughts. He couldn't be as unpredictable as by Xinyan. Speaking of which, that woman was clearly very smart. Why did she jump around so happily when it came to offending him? Oh, wait a moment. If this woman left. It didn't seem to be that simple. Luo Nan suddenly thought of something. He walked to the door and opened it. Sure enough, he saw Old Hand on the phone in the corridor outside. He was arranging the gathering of raw materials for the exoskeleton. Old Hand quickly hung up the phone when he saw Luo Nan open the door. He walked over and asked, Mr. Mo, do you have any other orders? Luo Nan thought for a moment and said, Master Shou, you guys will have to work a bit harder during this period of time. Do the preparatory work well. Once the final technological process is confirmed, we need to see the finished product as soon as possible. Of course. Also, Luo Nan felt that it wasn't too appropriate halfway through his words. He forcefully swallowed the latter half of his words back down. Old Hand misunderstood his meaning. He patted his chest and said, Our group of people is absolutely trustworthy when it comes to scheduling orders and working deadlines. We won't be disturbed by other things. I've always told the children that back in the wilderness, they needed to finish the work in their hands first, even if they were to be stabbed outside. I've beaten them out of it long ago. Besides, Secretary Ian has helped us quite a bit these past 2 days. As long as Mr. Mo's conditions don't change, we'll just be wasting time with the Great Zay Order. We have several hundred people on our side. All of us are of one mind. You can be at ease. Old Hand spoke heroically, but he was actually probing Luo Nen a step further. Of course Luo Nen wanted to calm his mind. He didn't want to give him any other pressure. So he laughed and said, I naturally trust you, Master. We also urgently want to make this deal happen. How about this? I'll ask Secretary Ian to arrange a time to invite the President out for a serious discussion in the next 2 days. This is good. Although Mr. Mo didn't give a definite promise, his positive attitude was enough to satisfy the veteran. Of course, it was mostly because of Mr. Mo's magnanimous attitude during the cooperation process. That set of extremely valuable exoskeleton design plan and processing technology was taken out without any concealment. For a veteran who was still a technician in his bones, this could show his character more than anything else. When the veteran left, his mood was completely different from when he first arrived. Luo Nen was quite happy to see Luo Nan's mood lift. But the more it was like this, the more he needed to follow up and deal with this matter. He returned to the house and sat behind the workbench. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and extended his consciousness. Where is the process at? Inside the warehouse at the passenger terminal. Captain Jimmy rushed back after receiving the news. He was still wearing a bright shirt and beach pants. He wore wooden clogs on his feet. He was completely out of tune with the atmosphere of the temporary command center, but his mentality was more positive and urgent than anyone else here. The intelligence clerk responded, According to Captain's intentions, the operation has already been submitted. Due to the lack of a supervisor in Ban City, it has already been sent to the East Asia Affairs Department. Get to the point. The intelligence clerk jumped in fright. His speed of speech instantly doubled. The Affairs Department has already approved it. 3 out of the 5 people in the process have already signed. Only the opinions of the director and the former supervisor are left. The deputy next to him frowned when he heard this. Captain, if this is the case, then wouldn't it fall into the hands of Manager Bai? Captain Jimmy was quite certain. Since she has left Ban City, she has separated herself from the concrete affairs. How could she have the face to compete with me, a first-line supervisor? I endured for 3 days before I sent this application. I'm already giving her enough face. Her attitude, to put it bluntly, shows that she is unwilling to take risks. Now that she has already left, what is there to fear? Besides, the others have already signed, but she is still making excuses. I have to suspect that among the group of people we want to arrest, there might be some gigolos that she is keeping behind others' backs. Captain Jimmy tore off his open-chest floral shirt. Everyone, get to your positions. Let's try to settle this matter by tonight. We have been delayed in Band City for too long. The deep roar of the engine sounded as the giant armored airship shuttled through the vast clouds. With its huge size alone, it could deter a limited number of mutant birds living in the stratosphere and provide them with basic peace. At present, intercontinental civil aviation flights were increasingly using this type of vehicle, which was far larger and safer than large passenger planes, to defend against the threat of flying mutants. Apart from being slightly slower, there were almost no shortcomings. Of course, in the eyes of certain people, the result of the loss of efficiency was also very bad, so much so that they once again complained. The business strategy of the airline companies is becoming more and more conservative. In this way, the military's progress in the wilderness has become untrustworthy. In the first-class cabin, on an independent seat that resembled a capsule space capsule, Yukawa Isuk was half reclining and half leaning back. His posture was lazy, which was rare in Band City, and he only read the news to pass the time of the long journey. He had just finished reading a report about a military operation in the wilderness and casually linked two unrelated matters together. The main reason was that he hoped that Bai Xinyan, who was separated by the aisle, would join in the process of idle conversation. Bai Xinyan gave him face, raised her eyelids, and glanced at him. I remember that this is a business under your name. So I have been working to promote the development of high-end aerospace business. There will be mutants in the stratosphere, and there will also be a few at the bottom of the thermosphere. But above 100 kilometers, it is still pure and safe. With the support of technology, I trust the environment there more. The corner of Bai Xinyan's mouth curled up. Sounds like a platform for your special aerospace medal. Yukawa Isuk laughed. No, I just feel sorry for not being able to show off the outstanding performance of my private spacecraft. Miss Xinyan, I still think that you should accept my invitation and go to the venue in a more efficient way. Compared to efficiency, safety is more important. I said, traveling with thousands of people, this sense of security is more to my liking. Yukawa Isuk glanced at the few figures in the first-class cabin. Forgive me, in a place like this, it is really difficult to understand the feeling of traveling with thousands of people. When there is an accident, you will feel it. Not only Yukawa Isuk, but also the other passengers in the surrounding seats were surprised by this. Bai Xinyan, however, did not care at all. She immediately turned her gaze back to the projection area in front of her, supporting her cheek with her hand. Yukawa Isuk looked at Bai Xinyan's side profile, slightly lost in thought. Fortunately, his rationality quickly won over him. He looked over and saw a few words in the virtual work area, unable to hide his curiosity. That arrest order again? Chapter 836. Yukawa Isuk's eyes and ears were extremely well informed in the secular world of Band City and most of the inner world. I heard that it involves a few hundred people from a certain Hengduan tribe. It's a little troublesome to deal with, but as long as the military and police cooperate well, it's not a big deal. Bai Xinyan answered lazily, Is that so? Yukawa Isuk felt that there was more to this than met the eye. You suppressed the Tianchi operation team and didn't let them test your sword. Other than offending people, there's no benefit to it. This doesn't seem like your usual style. My usual style? Bai Xinyan glanced at him again. Looks like you know me better. Have we slept together before? Yukawa Isuk was captivated by Bai Xinyan's gaze. He didn't feel it, but he felt like his chest had been hammered and he couldn't speak for a moment. There was no way to continue this conversation. When he thought about it again, after knowing her for so many years, he really didn't understand Bai Xinyan's usual style. This woman's actions were too temperamental. That was not the right word to describe it. It was more appropriate to say that most of the time, it was impossible to tell whether Bai Xinyan was happy or angry, and the situation had already deviated in an unbelievable direction. Of course, Yukawa Aisuk also knew that most of the time, Bai Xinyan did not have a choice. Some of the things she did were not of her own will, and she suffered on behalf of others. However, his ability and willpower to carry out all kinds of orders to the end without even blinking was also intimidating. Therefore, in the circle, some people called her black-hearted salt, and some even called her unscrupulous spokesperson, mocking her for being a puppet placed in front of others by powerful people, and saying that one had to be prepared to be betrayed at any time. I must be crazy. Why did I want to come out with her? In fact, Yukawa Aisuk understood. He gave up his comfortable private spacecraft and decided to take a civil flight with Bai Xinyan at the last minute. To put it bluntly, it was to get out of the circle of trouble in Ban City as soon as possible. It was sad to say that Ban City was his home base, but now he was running away from it as if he was fleeing from a disaster. It was an abyss of suffering, and even as the head of the Yukawa family, he couldn't bear it. As the saying went, it was easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. He had invited the two gods from the Amaterasu cult and enjoyed the convenience they brought, so he had to bear the price. In other words, he had come uninvited. Yukawa Aisuk sighed unconsciously. At the same time, he clearly heard Bai Xinyan sigh from the other side of the aisle as well. The two sighs were strangely synchronized. This is rare. It wasn't that he sighed at the coincidence of the timing, but rather that Bai Xinyan rarely showed her emotions. He had just said that this woman was simply a cold-blooded execution machine. What was she doing now? Without waiting for Yukawa Aisuk to ask, Bai Xinyan said softly, "Aisuk, I heard you have a lot of women outside. Are we that close?" The corner of Yukawa's mouth twitched. He really wanted to do what Bai Xinyan had done just now and fight back. But the reason he provoked Bai Xinyan in the first place was because he wanted to chat with her to relieve his boredom. Then he thought about the 20-hour-long flight ahead and decided to be magnanimous. "Yes, I'm ashamed that I don't have a good grasp of such relationships." As he spoke, Yukawa Aisuk glanced at her from the corner of his eye, trying to figure out what this woman was up to. "Do you usually use them to entertain guests?" Hey, you're not going to be unreasonable about this, are you? Ahem, if you want to use this standard to judge me and consider the future of our relationship, I will be very disappointed. The topic was a little wild, but Yukawa Aisuk was not a fledgling. To put it bluntly, they were just teasing each other. As a man, he could accept such an atmosphere. However, Bai Xinyan's expression looked like she was discussing a very serious topic. Even though Yukawa Aisuk did not confirm it, she continued to speak according to the established inference. "Now there is such a poor person. She followed your instructions to entertain guests and asked for something from them. But the guests found out, and it caused some trouble. Faced with the anger of the guests, what would you do, Mr. Yukawa?" "Oh, you don't have to answer that. Let's move on to the next question. If Mr. Yukawa was even more unlucky and reincarnated as this woman, faced with such a situation, what would you think? What would you do?" Yukawa Aisuk let out "aha," but did not say anything else. Bai Xinyan smiled and did not look at the other's expression. She extended her finger, verified her authority in the virtual workspace, and prepared to sign the application. "Yes or no this time?" "The answer is already there." Bai Xinyan was halfway through her sentence, but the rest of her words were strangely stuck in her throat. Her finger, which was already in the projection area, froze. She tilted her head slightly, trying to look across the aisle to the opposite side. However, before she could react, the voice from the other side sounded again, before making a decision. "It's never wrong to consider the consequences." Bai Xinyan's finger which was in the projection area, subconsciously curled back halfway. You could have lived a good life, but you insisted on creating an irreconcilable situation. The way you people think is really strange. It was still Yukawa Aisuk's voice, but his words were full of admonishment and regret. There was a subtle difference from before, and that tone and speed of speech, especially the resentful and distressed tone at the end. Bai Xinyan finally aimed her gaze at the target, and what she saw was still Yukawa Aisuk's face. But on this face, the lower half of the mouth opened and closed, the lingering sound lingering. The upper half, especially around the eyes, the upper half, especially around the eye sockets, was tight and twisted, almost bursting from the bulging eyeballs. Inside, there was an unstoppable sense of confusion and fear. Bai Xinyan was a little dazed. She looked at Yukawa Aisuk on the other side of the aisle. She looked at this powerful figure who could make half of Osaka shake with a stomp of his foot. He raised his right hand in an extremely stiff posture. It was as if there were invisible ropes tied around his arm. Every movement was like a bondage and pain. It took Yukawa Aisuk a full 5 seconds to place his palm on the front of his face and press it down. Bai Xinyan could already confirm that he wanted to cover his mouth, to seal his lips, teeth, and tongue, which were completely out of his control. There was no doubt that this was an extremely stupid move that would not work. But when a person suddenly lost control of a part of their body, they could only watch helplessly as they became someone else's mouthpiece. No one could say that their reaction at this moment was more sensible than Yukawa Aisuk's. With a loud slap, the palm finally landed on Yukawa Aisuk's forehead. It sealed his eyes, almost flattened his nose, but it still could not stop the mouth that was out of control. Yukawa Aisuk still spoke in a fluent voice. The method might be a little rough. I originally wanted to have a more private conversation and discuss it, but everyone's defenses are different. Bai Xinyan's mind suddenly flashed. She suddenly stood up and shouted at Yukawa Aisuk, who was still sealed by the palm and twisted face. Calm down, he can't completely control you. Chapter 837. Most of the people here were reputable people in Osaka's circle. Of course, there were some who knew Yukawa Aisuk and wanted to ask about it. Currently, other than the 2 people involved, the others only thought that there was an argument. On the other side, the air stewardess tried to rush to the scene. But soon, a few burly bodyguards had already overtaken her and surrounded Bai Xinyan and Yukawa Aisuk. Mr. Aisuk, you! The head of the Yukawa family's bodyguards, Kitano Tsukito, rushed to the front and wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw Lord of Stars, Chapter 516, Upgraded, Part 1. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 838. Kitano Tsukito's reaction was very fast. The chain of clues was also very complete. However, there wasn't much of a difference between ability users and ordinary people when it came to the level of imagination. If he could think of it, then the few important people in the first-class cabin who knew the relevant information would also be able to think of it. Infrasonic wave array. The person who called out with a trembling voice was quite obvious. The person who called out wasn't brave enough. His voice was trembling and his legs were trembling. He lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, someone supported him from behind, but it still caused a commotion. Kitano Tsukito swept his gaze over and recognized the identity of the person who spoke. He was a senior official of a certain department of the Sakura government. He was a well-known figure among the important people in the first-class cabin. At the very least, his words were easy to believe. Makoa, this idiot! Kitano Tsukito cried out in his mind. The people present might not know about the Cage Master, but the infrasonic wave array was a standard part of the city's defense. The degree of perception and understanding of it instantly increased. People couldn't help but think, why did the Makoa official say infrasonic wave array? Why did he have this kind of reaction? Everyone was on an airship tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. This was the information age. Even vague fragments of information could be found online. If the information couldn't be found online, they could still ask, which of these people in the first-class cabin didn't have relatives or friends in key positions? The first-class cabin was instantly enveloped in a chaotic and extremely negative atmosphere. Phone calls were made one by one. Even if not everyone could obtain the complete information, they could still communicate with each other. A rough outline would be pieced together sooner or later. Kitano Sakito's head split into two. From his understanding of the mental side, since Luo Nen used negative emotions to invade Yukawa Aishuk, then it was very likely that Luo Nen used the emotions of other people to carry out his plan. Wouldn't this situation be like a fish in water? Kitano Sakito took a deep breath. He used his own face to assume an even fiercer posture. Mr. Makoa and everyone else, please calm down. Return to your seats right now. We have the situation under control. At the very least, there were no visible intruders at the level of this group of people. No matter what you guys did to Mr. Yukawa, it has nothing to do with us. Oh. Kitano Satoto almost punched this random person out of the airship. Fortunately, there were still some smart people here. The guy who had just said something stupid was immediately stopped, and the vice minister of Maikoa, who had exposed the dangerous situation earlier, was pushed to the front with a bitter face. We need to be treated humanely. The situation we're facing right now is not something we want to see. We did not interfere in the grudge between Mr. Yuchuan and Cage Master Teacher, and we do not wish to do so now. We're innocent. Thousands of innocent passengers. This senior bureaucrat was quite good at handling his emotions very well. His trembling voice and body were rather contagious. So much so that two ladies started to cry. Well said. This guy who took the citizens' tax and sat in first class wasn't completely useless after all. This was one of the most appropriate negotiation methods that Kitano Satoto could think of. Although the cage master often took out the infrasonic wave array and swung it around, he only pulled the trigger once and the range was controlled. As long as they could stop this killer weapon, they would have a chance to catch their breath and even counterattack. Thinking of this, Kitano Satoto's gaze turned to Xia Hui, who was sitting on the back of the mountain. Xia Hui was holding the Magatama tightly in his hand, and a faint light seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Was it useful? Kitano Satoto really wanted to ask this question, but Xia Hui didn't respond. Yukawa Aisuk, who was firmly restrained in his seat, turned his gaze over and sighed. I'm clearly the victim. Kitano Satoto's face was dark, and he didn't make a sound. Luckily, the vice minister of Maikawa had already gotten into character. He took the initiative to say, Mr. Luo Nan, no, Mr. Luo Nan, please consider the innocent passengers on the airship. Thousands of people, thousands of families. If anything happens, it will be an irreversible tragedy. Yes, it really is a tragedy. Yukawa Aisuk's face revealed a huge, strange smile. Actually, if it weren't for you guys messing around here, I would have already said goodbye and left. Mr. Scallop, are you done messing around? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gazes focused on the face of Xia Hui, who had been silent for a long time. But before they could ask anything, a bright light lit up in front of their eyes. It was so piercing that everyone subconsciously averted their gazes and shielded their eyes. Yukawa Aisuk, who was forcefully restrained, also narrowed his eyes. But soon he instinctively opened them, allowing the strong light to penetrate his pupils. Tears flowed from his eyes, and his body trembled. Actually, this light was good for him. The light on the material plane was projected onto the mental plane, and it turned into a dazzling sun. The heat emitted by this sun was quite compatible with Yukawa Aisuk's mental structure. Everywhere the light went, there was a subtle and clear response. This way, the intruder from the outside world would naturally be exposed. Indeed, the intruder Luo Nan was partially exposed to the sunlight. In fact, if it was a simple and crude invasion from the outside, this Magatama would have automatically reacted and repelled it. There was no need for Xia Hui, who was on the back of the mountain, to stimulate it with external power. But that kind of spontaneous reaction would not be as strong as it was now, and it would have a considerable follow-up power. That's it. The corner of Yukawa Aisuk's mouth twitched slightly, showing that the Magatama's counterattack was somewhat effective. Luo Nan's degree of control over Yukawa Aisuk was somewhat reduced, and he really did not plan on exerting his strength a second time. Don't even think about running. The unyielding voice came from Xia Hui, who was on the back of the mountain. After the Magatama's power was completely stimulated, Xia Hui's small body seemed to have expanded by a size. His face was bright, and his facial features and 7 orifices were all connected to the Magatama's light. This was the case on the material plane. On the mental plane, the special symbolic sun, under the blessing of Xia Hui, produced even more changes. It activated certain factors within Yukawa Aisuk's frame, causing it to sprout and rapidly grow into an invisible thicket of intertwining branches and leaves. The thicket could sense the changes inside and outside, and it locked onto the completely different nature of the intruder. Its roots and leaves continued to grow, like long ropes of chains, in an attempt to bind and imprison the intruder. The changes in configuration are really beautiful. The image is also very unified. Yukawa Aisuk sighed in admiration. Is this a simplified version of the Fusang Purewood? On the other side, Bai Xinyan suddenly asked, Are you from the Amaterasu order? The person she was asking was naturally Xia Hui, who was on the back of the mountain. The latter, who was controlling the Magatama, did not respond immediately. Instead, Kitano Sukido explained Yamato was born in a family of Onmyoji masters. He later became a disciple of the Pope. In the time it took to say these 2 sentences, Yamato Xia Hui had a better grasp of the situation. He interrupted Kitano Sukido with a clear voice. I will lock onto the intruder's position and immediately contact the radar or satellite positioning system. He can't be too far away from here. Bai Xinyan frowned while Kitano Sukido's eyes lit up. In fact, he had a belly full of anger right now. If he could find Luo Nan's position and Luo Nan had a missile launch button in his hand, he would press it without hesitation. Don't complicate things. Bai Xinyan hesitated for a moment before advising Kitano Sukido he's already retreating. This is just a warning. Just? Kitano Sukido's eyes were as sharp as knives. Miss Bai Xinyan, the Yukawa family respects your opinion, but we hope that you can respect our profession. If that person can come once, then he can come a second time and a third time. You guys can't do anything to him. In the vast Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 10,000 meters, how are a bunch of ordinary people going to deal with the powerful ability users who were riding the flying devil rays that were several times faster than the speed of sound when they were riding on civilian airships that seemed stable but lacked countermeasures? You guys can't do anything, but that doesn't mean that the order can't. Mountainback Xia Hui responded. He turned his head and used a cold and arrogant gaze to cut across Bai Xinyan's face. Unrelated people, please keep your distance. Don't interfere with my casting. At this moment, Mountainback Xia Hui naturally became the person in charge. Even Kitano Sukido had to give in to him a bit, because at this moment, Mountainback Xia Hui was no longer just an external bodyguard. He represented the stance of the Order of Amaterasu. Bai Xinyan raised her eyebrows. Your Yukawa family is willing to be the bait. Kitano Sukido's expression was very ugly. As the head bodyguard, he felt that his authority had been violated. But it was useless to say anything now. Mountainback Xia Hui's mouth was already flowing with a mysterious and incomprehensible incantation. The incantation buzzed in the half-sealed space. Yukawa Aisuk was still squirming with his crooked and twitching mouth. He complained, Why do you keep looking up? The Order of Justice doesn't do this. Is this the difference between the Order of Ideals and the Order of Gods? Some of the people present understood these words. Some did not, and some pretended not to understand. In short, no one responded. Kitano Sukido and the group of bodyguards stared at Yukawa Aisuk's body. Xia Hui continued to chant his incantation, while Bai Xinyan continued to retreat quietly. At this moment, Yukawa Aishuk's eyes followed her and locked onto her position. He transmitted the attention and pressure hidden behind the layers of clouds and the void. Maybe everyone should be open and honest for once. Soldiers are soldiers, generals are generals. Even if we can't negotiate, we can still fight. My words may be a little childish, but it's really boring for you to keep knocking on my door like this. Bai Xinyan had a bitter smile on her face, but she had already made up her mind not to speak. She had a strong premonition that the less she spoke now, the less trouble she would have in the future. If she could survive this escalating situation, seeing that Bai Xinyan was refusing to cooperate, the other side looked a little depressed. Forget it. Maybe I shouldn't have come today. I'll find a more suitable method next time. Chapter 839. The one who spoke was Xia Hui. This was the second time he had emphasized it. It carried an unquestionable might. At this moment, Xia Hui, who was on the mountain's back, was holding the glowing Magatama. His heart was more or less burning. It was for his own luck and for the power he was in control of at this moment. The situation in front of him, the time, the place, and the form were all unexpected. But the situation itself, which was Luo Nan's revenge against Yukawa Aishuk, was foretold by the Pope when he sent Luo Nan to be Yukawa Aishuk's bodyguard. Therefore, Xia Hui was very confident. He calmly stimulated the Magatama's power and fused it with it. At this moment, his perception became the tip of the Fusang divine tree's roots that pierced through the endless void. He projected everything that was happening in front of him, waiting for the response from the highest level and receiving the incoming godly power. During this time, just the fine tentacles at the end of the root had already unfolded into an intricate and magnificent scroll in front of him. The exquisite uses of the high-end power were presented in an inconceivable geometrical structure and an even more exquisite and microscopic mode of energy usage. The cage master called it a configuration. How appropriate! But how does it feel to be trapped by a configuration? Xia Hui's mental plane was momentarily dazed. This was the unavoidable result of receiving the high-end power, but he was very experienced in this aspect. He quickly gathered his consciousness and calmed his mind to avoid any negative effects. He also had to be careful of the cage master's unpredictable mental invasion. His performance seemed fierce, but every step he took was solid. This was one of the most important reasons why the Pope valued him. Right now, he was in the middle of passing and waiting. It was also at this moment that Xia Hui saw Yukawa Aishuk, whose mouth was crooked due to the interference of the Magatama's power. He struggled to move his lips and speak again. It seems that the two in Ban City really have nothing to do with you. Then pass. We will use the elimination method and try a few more times. In the end, you won't be able to hide it. What a loathsome, arrogant, and conceited fellow. After the initial, so beautiful comment, the person behind Yukawa Aishuk no longer paid attention to the configuration scroll on the mental plane. He just stared at Bai Xinyan and said some words that he didn't really understand. On the back of the mountain, Xia Hui was infuriated. It was fine if they ignored him. But in front of the grand structure of the great divine treasure of the Fusang divine tree, no one in this world could display such an attitude. I told you there won't be a next time. It was a little deliberate to emphasize it for the third time, but Xia Hui was not doing it for his own character. He was doing it for the respect that the two lords of Amaterasu deserved. I've got you. You use a lot of exclamations. What? This sudden sentence caused Xia Hui's thoughts and emotions to stagnate. He was, after all, a Class B mind master, and he was very sensitive to the relevant fields. With this reminder, he did not let himself be led around by the nose. Instead, he suddenly realized a crucial point. Wasn't the feedback from the propping mulberry trees, great divine treasure, a little too slow? It was also at this moment that Yukawa Aishuk, with his crooked mouth and slanted eyes, revealed a horrifying smile. That Pope of Baji didn't teach you seriously. Such a complicated configuration. You know how it works, but you don't know why. How can you succeed? Under the effect of the Magatama's power, Yukawa Aishuk gradually lost control over the structure of Yukawa Aishuk's body and soul. But the muffled voice in his throat was like a highly viscous acid. It sprayed out and adhered to Xia Hui's face and soul, burning and penetrating. There were two waves of pain. The first wave was the pain of being pierced in the deepest and most private corner of one's heart. The other wave was the unique sense of danger that came from the mind. Oh no, I've been hit. Without giving Xia Hui a chance to analyze it in depth, in the spiritual plane that he saw and sensed, the exquisite composition that had been unfurled actually began to slowly roll back. It was retracted. Xia Hui's eyeballs nearly bulged out of their sockets like Yukawa Aishuk's. His consciousness played no role at all. In fact, it was just as Luo Nan said. The Pope of Baji gave Xia Hui the method to stimulate and maintain the Magatama's power, but she did not give him the method to use it flexibly. The Pope of Baji did not go so far as to be selfish. It was mainly because Xia Hui had not reached that level. He did not possess the knowledge reserves. Every structure, every section, and every detail of such a complex structure would affect the entire structure. Xia Hui, who was on the back of the mountain, was able to maintain the stability of the whole structure and successfully act as a fulcrum to sense and feed back information. He was already worthy of the role the church had given him. But this kind of role was not enough in the face of the orderly retraction of the configuration before his eyes. Spilled water was hard to retrieve, but everything that appeared on the mental plane was simply like reversing time. The power of the Fusang divine tree that had already unfurled was retracted bit by bit. It came back the way it came. There was not a trace of error, not a bit of wastage. But even on the mental plane, the circulation of energy had to obey basic laws. How could entropy increase and entropy decrease consume the same amount of energy? The most terrifying expenditure of the effect of reversing time was the astronomical calculation of the law. It consumed Luo Nan's brain power and control. He did it if he wanted to, but the remaining portion was completely squeezed back into the power of the Magatama, and this power was suppressed back to its original state. Xia Hui and the Magatama were affected by the entire activation mechanism. To a certain degree, they were one entity. There was no need to consider the boundaries of the reverse retraction. The retraction of the Magatama's power took advantage of the situation and pushed Xia Hui back in time. Of course, this was an exaggeration. His mental state and mind were completely unprepared for the retraction of the Magatama's power. His entire body was crushed to the point of suffocation. His swollen body instantly deflated. Xia Hui's body looked like it had its bones pulled out. He fell limply to the ground, unconscious. Phew, that was close. Yukawa Aishuk sighed as he looked at Xia Hui, who was on the back of the mountain. I almost got myself into big trouble. Fortunately, Luo Nan had fought with the propping mulberry tree system of the Amaterasu cult many times over the past few days. He had seen the brain demon, the horned demon, the fat dragon, and many other similar tricks. Only then was he able to come up with this method of reverse sealing. Of course, this was also because he saw the opportunity quickly and made use of his understanding of the configuration of the great divine treasure of the Fusang divine tree. He also made use of the opportunity when Xia Hui was controlling the Magatama on the back of the mountain and had no time to pay attention to anything else. He took the first step to induce his negative emotions, giving him illusions and misleading him, distorting the feedback of the entire sensory channel. Just this skill alone was enough to prove that he hadn't been communicating with Mr. Bai for half a year. But the more it was like this, the harder it was for Luo Nan to deal a heavy blow to Bai Xinyan. He didn't have much hope that the previous threats would achieve anything. Also, sealing off the mountain back of Xia Hui might not solve the problem once and for all. Perhaps choosing to come here today was a mistake in itself. Luo Nen brought Yukawa Aishik to Sai, breaking the deathly silence in the first-class cabin. He was still the center of attention. Everyone's gazes were filled with fear, bewilderment, and ignorance. At least at this very moment, every single one of them had basically lost the will and confidence to control their own lives. In reality, their fates of life and death depended on Luo Nan's will. It depended on a single thought. This included Kitano Sakuro, who had clenched his fists but couldn't find a target to exert his strength on. This head bodyguard stared blankly at Xia Hui on the back of the mountain. He looked at his temporary partner. Xia Hui held the magatama that was no longer glowing. Xia Hui curled up on the ground. Xia Hui's aura was completely restrained and sealed. It was as if Xia Hui had been sealed into an invisible container. The connection between the inside and the outside was completely severed. This wasn't a knockdown or an extermination. This was a seal. In a way that he couldn't understand at all, this was a B-rank psychic. Kitano Sakuro didn't know what he was feeling right now. He turned to look at his employer and tried to converse with the soul deep within the frame of his body and soul. "Don't go too far." The words squeezed out from his throat proved that this head bodyguard was completely at his wit's end. Was it too far? Of course, Luo Nen knew that Yukawa Aishik's 7 orifices were bleeding. If it wasn't for the support of his will, Yukawa Aishik's situation would have been even worse than Xia Hui on the ground. Luo Nen had forcefully reversed the structure of the Fusang tree just now, causing the power that Luo Nen transmitted to him to be a bit excessive. With the strength of Yukawa Aishik's frame of body and soul, this wave of power was enough to cause serious injuries. But Luo Nen wasn't going to feel apologetic. If Yukawa Aishik knew the role he should play in this world and stayed in his position, he might be able to live for a few more years. Under the influence of Luo Nan's will, Yukawa Aishik's bloodshot and murky eyes adjusted slightly. He stared at Kitano Sakuro without saying a word. Kitano Sakuro's fleshy face twitched a few times. The ominous glint in his eyes finally dimmed. He waved his hand weakly. The 2 bodyguards who had been restraining Yukawa Aishik's body were now stiff. They stared at their boss with wide eyes. When they saw the gesture, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly backed away. One of them even tripped over Xia Hui, who was on the ground and almost fell down. Yukawa Aishik slowly got up amidst this bewildered atmosphere. He bowed slightly to the people in the first-class cabin. "Let's call it a day. My abrupt visit has caused inconvenience to everyone. Please forgive me." No. Please don't mind it." The Maikawa undersecretary made an example of himself. He bowed 90 degrees to Yukawa Aishik. "Please don't mind the dishonorable role I played in this incident. Yeah. Please don't mind it. You're too kind. I don't want to die." The first-class cabin was a boiling cauldron of voices. While everyone was expressing their stance or venting their emotions, Yukawa Aishik's bloody and swollen face turned to the back. It was the entrance to the first-class cabin. "Sir, you can't do this. You can't go up." The air stewardess's voice was urgent and trembling. It was rare for her to fulfill her duty, but it was pointless. The sealed partition door opened. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit and leather shoes walked in. He looked like a business elite. The man's face was flushed red. His feet were a bit floaty. It was as if he was drunk. However, his eyes were very bright. When he cast his gaze, it was as if the sun was shining down from the sky. Chapter 840. The drunk business elite pushed himself up from the VIP seat and moved over step by step. His fluttering footsteps and exceptionally bright eyes were completely different from normal, but he naturally formed an inexplicable harmony with the other abnormal creature on this side. At the same time, he also separated the other relatively normal fellows from him. It was this kind of situation that reduced the difficulty of understanding Yukawa Aishik's nagging and complaints. A smart person like the Maeda Vice Officer of Affairs instinctively discovered the conflicting and uneasy factors. But he couldn't retract his prawn-like body for a while. He awkwardly froze there. What was even worse was that Yukawa Aishuk and the others were in the middle of the first-class cabin. The drunkard who came up later had to pass by a group of people if he wanted to get there. This included the Maeda Vice Officer of Affairs. The drunkard didn't give the Maeda Vice Officer of Affairs a chance to think deeply before he passed by. He even said, "Excuse me," a surprisingly dry and hot palm pressed down on the former Vice Secretary of Affairs' head, borrowing a little strength to continue moving forward. As for the former Vice Secretary of Affairs, he had turned from a bent prawn into cooked prawn meat. His entire body was paralyzed on the ground, and he had lost consciousness. The sudden collapse of the Maeda Vice Officer of Affairs didn't cause panic among the people around him. In fact, as these two extraordinary people gradually approached each other, any strange situation seemed to be within reason. Moreover, the drunkard was still talking, attracting most of the attention. "My job is not up to standard. The number of devout believers is limited, and the ability users are even more scarce. Losing even one is a loss. Your drastic measures are very beautiful, but they are also giving me a difficult problem." His tone and wording were ordinary. Only the content of his words required others to think carefully. But even a person with a brain ischemia could understand at this time that another big shot had arrived. Yukawa Aishuk stood next to his seat. He stared at the newcomer and didn't say anything. He just sighed. On the other side, Bai Xinyan glanced at the unconscious mountebank Xia Hui on the ground. She didn't know the details of the drastic measures, but she could tell from common sense that the most suitable target for the new big shot's soul wasn't a business elite coming from business class. It was Xia Hui on the mountebank. These twists and turns only served to confirm that Luo Nan's methods were brilliant, and he possessed considerable foresight. Of course, if this big shot wanted to come over, it was impossible to stop him. At most, it would just be a few more unlucky people. The drunkard said something that seemed to be clear, but it wasn't. Then he wandered off. It was not until then that the personal secretary of the Maikoa Vice Minister of Affairs had the courage to help his superior. But at this moment he only lifted up a sleeve and half of the Vice Secretary of State Affairs, who was lying on the ground. The skin and flesh under the clothes seemed to have been put through several fires in a steamer, and the inside was almost melted. "Ah!" The sharp sound of the broken strings of reason turned into a screech of pain that came out of the secretary's throat. The future senior political official, who graduated from a first-class university, worked in a first-class department, and received first-class training, immediately peed his pants. His body bounced up a few centimeters and fell on the corpse of the vice minister of Maikoa. He lost consciousness. The screams, the strange smell, and the disfigured corpse. The sensory stimulation that came together and exploded in an instant finally tore apart the numb atmosphere caused by the high tension. No matter how strange the previous events were, they were far from being able to compare to the impact of the horror of death right before their eyes. The first-class cabin was in chaos. Almost everyone was retreating, fleeing, and running as far as they could. The relatively spacious first-class cabin was filled with a dozen headless flies. In other words, they could be ignored if they wanted to. After the drunkard touched the Maikawa Vice Minister of Affairs, he did not touch anyone else. It was as if the drunkard was just an accident. The drunkard smoothly made his way to the periphery of the small circle around Yukawa Aishuk. Most of the people in this circle were bodyguards. They were all professionals. They saw how this drunkard deprived the Maikawa Vice Minister of Affairs of his life, and now he was right in front of them. The more they understood the inconceivable things, the more they understood how terrifying this person, or the consciousness that was parasitic on this person's body, was. They also wanted to escape, but their leader, Kitano Sueto, did not respond. They hesitated and lost the chance to escape. They could only desperately shrink their bodies and try to put as much distance as possible between them and the drunkard. In this way, Yukawa Aishuk's protective wall was as good as non-existent. As the head of the bodyguards, Kitano Sweto still did not respond. In fact, he was probably one of the most dumbfounded people in the first-class cabin. When the drunkard was less than 2 meters away from him, he could already feel the abnormally high temperature. Only then did he wake up from his dream. He hurriedly and cautiously bowed. It's you? Kitano Sukito wasn't tall to begin with, and his bow made him even shorter. Therefore, the drunkard naturally ignored him. But his footsteps that had been moving forward also stopped there. There was no response from the other side. Kitano Sweto did not even dare to move his bent body. Not only him, but the people around him who had been influenced by what he saw and heard also instinctively bowed, each more obedient and humble than the last. There was also Bai Xinyan. She also bowed, her eyebrows drooping, and naturally held her breath. Outside the cabin, there was chaos as if a bomb had gone off, but inside the cabin, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter. Between these two completely different scenes, the only similarity was probably the huge tension created by terror and absurdity, and the heart-wrenching pain that tore at people's hearts. Amidst the implicit and explicit agitation that tore at his heart, the drunkard spoke again. His tone was still very flat, but the information that came out of his mouth was like a flame that had finally burned through a curtain. It was a hot stream that rushed at his face. I am Hayaki. Kitano Sweto, Bai Xinyan, and the group of bodyguards subconsciously lowered their bodies a little more to show their reverence for this title. Yukawa Aishuk's mouth twitched. Hayaki? Pope? In the entire first-class cabin, only Yukawa Aishuk kept his body relatively straight. Of course, those who knew the truth knew that it was not the body that was straight, but the external soul that was supporting the body. The Pope of Hayaki, who had descended with the body of a believer, maintained a calm tone. It seemed that the slightest fluctuation could break the balance that had been maintained until now. Young man, you have a tendency to refuse communication. You are very hostile toward the Amaterasu order. The Pope of Hayaki was stating a fact. For the logic behind the fact to be established, more details needed to be filled in. This was equivalent to a kind of interrogation. So, Yukawa Aishuk opened his mouth to say he. Luo Nen had no intention of responding. He just used Yukawa Aishuk's eyes and ears, as well as a wider and richer medium, to seriously observe and perceive, and to make adjustments. He adjusted himself to the best possible state. At this time, the first-class cabin that was hit by a terror bomb had already been lucky enough to rush out. But at the same time, they allowed the destruction of the terror bomb to spread to a larger area. Not a single person in the business or economy class was spared, even the cockpit. The captain and the others should have already known about the unforeseen event that happened in the first-class cabin. They had not reacted before, but after a few minutes of delay, their reaction suddenly affected the entire airship. This colossus high up in the sky suddenly lowered its altitude and tilted. Although it quickly returned to normal, it still caused a group of people in the first-class cabin who did not have their seatbelts fastened to be in a rather sorry state. 2 bodyguards who only cared about bowing fell to the ground. They grabbed the handrails beside them with all their might to prevent themselves from crashing into the terrifying drunkard in front of them. At this moment, their hearts were about to explode. Bai Xinyan's body swayed, but she quickly regained her balance. She glanced outside the porthole. She didn't know when, but the airship had already sunk into the hazy layer of clouds. Smoke billowed outside the porthole, mixing with the curtain of night over the Pacific Ocean. As the 2 people at the center of the incident, whether it was Yukawa Aishuk or the drunkard, they were still mere mortals. They did not have the ability to take root in the swaying airship. During this period, they were swaying left and right, but there was still a conversation going on between them. It was mainly the Pope of Baiji who spoke. He even changed the direction of the conversation. Your spiritual configuration design is very good, but the spiritual realm is not a safe place. The higher you build now, the harder you will fall in the future. Is that so? Yukawa Aishuk replied casually. If the back of his head had not hit the outer shell of the space cabin next to him, he would have sounded more like a gentleman. The drunkard supported himself on the outer shell of the space cabin. He was barely able to maintain his image. At least his words were steady. Young people can be unscrupulous, but they should always think about the suffering in the future. As if you know anything. We can discuss and communicate. These people's original intentions were mostly the same, but they were too stupid and arrogant. Then you are cunning and sinister, right? Oh. The airship returned to normal. Most of the people in the chaotic first-class cabin were still in a state of shock. The last round of dialogue, especially the one with the Pope of Baiji, had a seriously low intake and digestion. Comparatively speaking, Luo Nan had borrowed Yukawa Aishik's mouth to reveal his emotions. They were very straightforward and easy to understand. It was very hard to accept. The other side was an extraordinary. Even though he had borrowed the power of his believers to descend in an incomplete form, his authority, ranking in the inner world, and the entire earth had been in the top 10 for many years. He was even in the top 5. This was especially true in the eyes of Kitano Sakuro and the other ability users who were registered in Sakura City. The Pope of Baiji and the Amaterasu order that he represented were like the vault of heaven that covered the skies above Sakura City. They were like the sun that brought about changes. Luo Nan's attitude, they could not see Luo Nan behind Yukawa Aishuk, but they could see the drunkard on the other side laughing softly. Oh my, can you tell? Yeah. Sakura City is too close. Yukawa Aishuk's body fell to the ground as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, the skies above the Pacific Ocean, which was supposed to be dark in the night, suddenly flashed with a powerful light. The light didn't fall from the sky, and it was as bright as day within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Chapter 841. The airship in the stratosphere was in the nighttime region. It was pitch black outside, and there was nothing to see. Many passengers had taken off their sunshades, preparing to take a long nap and get used to the jet lag. At least, that was the case half a minute ago. The shock wave of the bomb of terror in the first-class cabin shattered the beautiful dreams of quite a few people. But what truly caused the passengers to wake up and go into an uproar was the endless, all-encompassing, unstoppable bright light. In this instant, it didn't matter if it was the thin sunshades or the thick outer shell of the airship. It didn't matter if it was the clear-headed eyewitnesses or the confused, frightened passengers. Everything was illuminated by the strong light. The inner walls of the outer shell, the skin, the bones, and the flesh, everything became transparent and even nothingness. Within the airship, all shadows were instantly swept away. Then what was erased were the differences between people, between objects, and even between objects. There were only panicked and petty souls that tumbled and screamed within the boundless strong light. Even though it was only for an instant, and it was like an illusion, it still exceeded the limits of what the vast majority of people could endure. The commotion on the airship got out of hand. Bai Xinyan still maintained her bowed posture, but she instinctively pulled in her shoulders and elbows. She shrunk a bit. As a woman, the feeling of being illuminated inside and out was truly terrible. But she could understand that this was the manifestation of the true gods of the Amaterasu order, the projection of power across space. It was just as the bastard who ran away said. This place wasn't that far from Ban City, 1,400 kilometers. As long as there was a tiny fulcrum, the two experts of the Amaterasu order could easily project their consciousness and power here. The only difference was the length of time and the intensity of the projection. Right now, it looked like the two of the Amaterasu order were yin and yang. One was restrained, and the other was unrestrained. Even the so-called restraint was only relative. In that case, had Luo Nen managed to escape from the pincer attack of the Pope of 100 Collections and true god Chinju? What do you think of this scene as compared to a daydream? A flat voice came into her ears. It didn't even bother to raise the question. It was because the voice was too flat that Bai Xinyan was unable to understand it immediately. She subconsciously asked, "What?" Only then did she realize that the person who had just spoken to her was the Pope of the 100 Communities, the second in command of the Amaterasu cult, who had descended from the sky, manipulated the puppet, which was obviously unwieldy, to raise its wrist to look at its watch. There was indeed a watch on the puppet's wrist, and it showed the time in Osaka, 22:17. 45 after confirming the time, the Pope finally moved the puppet and continued to move forward. He passed by a few trembling bodyguards, as well as Yukawa Aisuk and Yamakabe Xiaohui, who had fallen to the ground. Finally, he adjusted his posture and sat on the seat that Yukawa Aisuk was sitting on. After sitting down, he no longer had to worry about maintaining his balance. His body language was more relaxed, and he was more like the one Bai Xinyan was familiar with, except for his face. While Bai Xinyan was evaluating the situation in her mind, the gaze from the other side was cast over again. Bai Xinyan also remembered that she had not yet answered the question of the Pope of Baiji. She tried to organize her words, but the other side asked again without a care in the world. "I mean, Chi-Ji's move just now. How is it different from the feeling of the white nightmare a few days ago?" Bai Xinyan seemed to be able to hear the sound of the bodyguards' waist bones and knees cracking. She could almost hear the sound of the bodyguards' waist bones and knees cracking. Bai Xinyan was no longer surprised. She just couldn't understand why the Pope of the 100 Assemblies would suddenly ask such a completely unrelated question. The White Nightmare, May 7th, Osaka time, was an accident that affected the entire world. It was still rippling across the Pacific Ocean to this day, and was still in the ascendant. Because she was in the Eastern Hemisphere at that time, Bai Xinyan did not feel too much about it. Presumably, the Pope of the 100 Communities also knew. He was probably asking for the opinion of the person behind her. Bai Xinyan suddenly realized that she needed to adjust the priority of the White Nightmare incident. For the Pope of the 100 Communities to specifically ask about it, the impact on the inner world was no different from the Light of the Polar Domain incident at the end of last year. However, the Pope of the 100 Communities was destined to be disappointed. Bai Xinyan bowed and replied, "Xinyan's skills are insufficient, and my memory of that day is also blurred. It's difficult to compare." The Pope of the 100 Communities did not show any obvious disappointment or anger. Even if there was, it would not show on the puppet's face. In the time it took for these 2 or 3 sentences to be exchanged, the powerful light that illuminated everything had already disappeared. The outside of the porthole was still bright, as if they could no longer return to the natural nighttime. However, under the illumination of the bright light, the roiling clouds in the sky seemed to be even denser. Even though they were illuminated by the strong light, they still slapped against the porthole, changing shape and reminding people. They were still tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, still one of the areas with the densest concentration of water vapor in the world. Bai Xinyan noticed the changes outside the porthole and unconsciously became somewhat absent-minded. Up until now, this area had not experienced too obvious of an impact or turbulence, but just by looking at the interaction between the strong light and the sea of clouds, she could draw some conclusions and judgments at this moment. She heard the Pope of the 100 Communities sigh. The condensation ring, truly a divine technique that should not have appeared on Earth. Bai Xinyan shivered slightly and turned her gaze back, just in time to see the slightly red eyes of the Pope of the 100 Communities puppets. The latter swept a glance over her body, but finally focused on her side. Bai Xinyan subconsciously followed the Pope of the 100 Communities' focus, and her gaze fell on her own feet. It was a suitcase that was lying flat in front of her seat. This thing was originally placed neatly on the inside of the seat, but because the airship had lost its balance and was in the process of righting itself, it had fallen out. This is a mimicry generator. The Pope of the 100 Communities' voice was very certain, and he even used the puppet's toe to kick the unconscious Yukawa Aisuk on the ground. He made a last-minute report, but there was no follow-up. His intentions are clear as day. Next to him, Kitano Sakito's eyelids were already twitching because of the Pope of the 100 Communities' actions, and he unconsciously shivered when he heard this. He opened his mouth to explain, but his mouth opened and closed a few times, but he did not have the strength to make a sound. Bai Xinyan, on the other hand, smiled. Otherwise, he would say that His Majesty is magnanimous. As soon as she finished speaking, the torrential rain and distorted light slapped against the porthole and the outer armor of the airship. In response, there was a dull explosion outside, and the hoarse noise of the airship's structure creaking and disorderly. The people on the airship could even feel the obvious drift. The surging force and the strong light and clouds pushed the airship sideways for some distance. There was no doubt that, from the cockpit to the economy cabin, there was another wave of exclamations and howls. The Pope of the 100 Communities looked at his watch again. 20 minutes and 4 seconds. Turn it on. We'll take a look. Chapter 842. Isn't that inappropriate? Bai Xinyan did not refuse. She was just puzzled. Regardless of how Luo Nen managed to deal with the encirclement and interception of true gods for over 2 minutes, it was easy to imagine that the area where the two sides wrestled was not on the material plane. On the mental plane, it was undoubtedly the Abyss region. The mimicry map generator produced a mimicry map of the mental sea. As its name implied, it could only be used in the mental sea. There was an insurmountable distance between it and the main battlefield in the Abyss region. Moreover, this was just a simulator. The lag was quite strong. It was not suitable for use in actual combat. The Pope of Chiji did not speak again. He just used the puppet scarlet eye to cut across Bai Xinyan's face. Bai Xinyan was not going to be stubborn about this issue. She shrugged, bent over, and placed the suitcase back on the seat. She opened the suitcase, turned it on, and connected it to the projector. It was certainly not as effective as the one on Aisha Yukawa's private airship, but the dense bubble scene still appeared. Bai Xinyan swept her eyes over the various parameters displayed in the projection area. She spoke truthfully. The debugging will take some time. There was another part of her that she did not say. Perhaps this high-level interception battle would have ended before the debugging was completed. The Pope of Chiji still did not speak. The puppet that carried his consciousness even narrowed its eyes. It looked like it was taking a nap. Of course, it was more likely that it was sensing the situation of the battle outside the airship. Bai Xinyan's communication was fruitless. She could only settle her mind and proceed with the debugging process bit by bit. But just as she said, this was not a problem that could be solved in a minute or two. On the other hand, the curtain of intense light outside the airship grew more and more intense. Faint rumbling, sounds of thunder could be heard. At first, it sounded like it was hundreds of kilometers away, but in the blink of an eye it was within reach. It shook the airship's window until it hummed. It seemed as if it would collapse and disintegrate in the next moment. It's been over 3 minutes. Bai Xinyan paid more attention to the battle outside. At first glance, the momentum of this battle was astonishing, but in fact, in terms of intensity, it was far from the strongest. The rhythm of the explosions was intermittent, and there was a high probability that it was a chase, but once the chase started, it would be endless. Was there a limit to being a true god? Or was Luo Nen too cunning? Or perhaps, you haven't finished debugging yet? The one who spoke was Kitano Sakito. The head bodyguard walked over quietly and spoke in a low voice. His original tough and professional demeanor was almost gone. Without the hint from the Pope of Hyakanji, Kitano Sakito would not have come here just to investigate. After all, it was just a matter of opening his mouth. Did the Pope of Hyakanji need to put on airs like this? Bai Xinyan's drifting consciousness came back. She turned around to see what was going on. However, Kitano Sakito happened to block her line of sight. She could only exchange glances with Kitano Sakito and shake her head slightly, signaling him to pay attention to the surrounding environment. At this time, the cries from the business class and economy class had vaguely spread to the upper deck. along with the shapeless corpses and unconscious and limp bodies. It looked like a scene from the end of the world. The collective emotional state is in a mess, and the spiritual sea is in chaos. The changes are too intense. Moreover, the computing power of a portable instrument is difficult to support the speed and precision of analysis at the same time. It's not suitable for actual combat. This was said to Kitano Satoto, but it was also an explanation for the Pope of Hakuji. I'll bring it over. Huh. Bai Xinyan did not understand at first. Kitano Satoto's eyelids drooped, and his eyes were almost invisible, but his movements were direct and clear. He reached out and picked up the mimicry generator that was still in a state of adjustment. He held it up respectfully, turned around, and took 2 steps to present it to the Pope. At this time, Bai Xinyan finally saw the current state of the Pope of Hakuji. The puppet that he had possessed was sitting in a somewhat casual posture. His legs were spread wide, his elbows on his knees, and his upper body was supported. However, the curve of his back was still bent, and his head was also drooping. His right hand naturally clasped his left wrist, and his fingertips tapped unconsciously on his wrist. He looked like he was thinking, but also looked a little tired. As for the mimicry generator that was already in his hand, he did not pay attention to it immediately. He still maintained his posture, and no one knew what he was thinking. Compared to the image of a god and its spokesperson that could not be looked at directly and could not be communicated with, this kind of behavior that was similar to a real life was more or less a buffer for the fragile hearts of the surrounding bodyguards. Therefore, probably because of Kitano Satoto's arrangement, the bodyguards began to work. They were trying to settle Yukawa Aisuk and Yamashita Xiaohui, who were stacked together at the feet of the Pope of Hakuji. At present, they had already carried Yukawa Aisuk away and placed him on the front row seat. They were about to carry Yamashita Xiaohui away when the tip of a polished leather boot suddenly tapped on his side shoulder. The leather boot belonged to the Pope of Hakuji. Puppet. Stop. Kitano Satoto, who was still holding the mimicry generator, reacted quickly and called for it to stop immediately. Everyone's movements froze for a moment. Only the Pope of Hakuji controlled the puppet to extend its hand and use it to replace the tip of the boot to press on Yamashita Xiaohui's shoulder. Bai Xinyan narrowed her eyes. Although the entire process was not long, she could see, and the others could also see, that the Pope puppet's fingertip was clearly trembling. Even when it pressed on Yamashita Xiaohui's shoulder, it only calmed down a little. She roughly understood why the Pope of Hakuji was putting on airs. For an extraordinary, high-intensity output from more than 1,400 kilometers away was not that easy to deal with. Without a solid fulcrum, the puppet had strength but was unable to use it. It also needed to perform micromanipulation to avoid bursting the small water pipe. From this, it could be seen that the majority of the Pope of Hakuji's energy was consumed on this. Even so, the problem of accelerated depreciation was unavoidable. The puppet's outstretched hand maintained a pressing posture on Yamashita Xiaohui's shoulder for over 10 seconds. During this time, the puppet's skin was clearly red. Fine sweat seeped out of its pores, and there were even faint specks of blood. It was only because the puppet had a drunken appearance that it was not overly eye-catching. But even with such strength, Yamashita Xiaohui didn't show any reaction. This technique. Bai Xinyan lowered her eyes. She made a hypothesis based on this. If the Pope of Hakuji had the support of a B-rank psychic like Yamashita Xiaohui, then the Pope of Hakuji would certainly be much more relaxed than he was right now. But Yamashita Xiaohui had fainted, and he seemed to be quite heavy. It was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage if they were to fight a protracted battle like this. TSK. Luo Nan's grasp of the situation and his control of the details was much more experienced than imagined. It was as if he was exchanging blows with extraordinaries from time to time. Where did he accumulate this experience and insight from? At this time, Bai Xinyan heard the puppet's breathing. It was as if there was a tube of iron sand in its throat, making a rustling sound. She relied on her many years of experience in researching the human body. Her first judgment was that Xia Hui had developed severe symptoms of laryngeal edema. Eliminating the cause of infection, his heart and kidney functions were most likely abnormal. Under the strong pressure, the internal organs of the human body had suffered irreversible damage, and the damage was continuing to worsen. There was no possibility of relief. Bai Xinyan was able to discern so much information due to her personal ability level. The others didn't have this ability. They could only passively wait. In particular, the bodyguard who was preparing to move Yamashita Xia Hui maintained a half-squatting posture. He didn't dare to move. He waited for over 10 seconds, and all he got was the Pope puppet sigh. He felt a dry sensation suddenly press against the top of his head. He seemed to hear a cry of alarm, or perhaps it was the sound of the explosion outside the window. Then it was meaningless to him. All sounds in the first-class cabin disappeared. The Pope puppet's sigh also disappeared. At the same time, the symptoms of laryngeal edema also disappeared. At the very least, it was temporarily alleviated. The price was the bodyguard who had fallen onto Yamashita Xia Hui. That person's skin and flesh were already limp. There was no breath left. The way he died was no different from the Maikawa Vice Minister of Affairs. The surrounding bodyguards all had deathly pale faces. As full-time members of the Yuchuan family, they had seen quite a few situations of internal handling, but this kind of situation where they were treated as a power bank was truly unprecedented. The important question was, whose turn would it be next? The hearts of the people were in turmoil, but now was not the time to pacify them. Whether it was Bai Xinyan or Kitano Tsukido, neither of them cared about these things. From their perspective, what they needed to pay more attention to was the new clear instructions the Pope of 100 Gatherings made after helping the puppet catch its breath. The hand that had just reaped a life flipped over. Its palm faced upwards and it hooked its finger. Kitano Tsukido's reaction was maintained at a high standard. He bent down again and, with absolute respect, handed over the mimicry generator. It was also at this time that he saw a cluster of greenish-black veins appear on the palm. It looked like the expanding capillaries under the skin, but it was more like the shadow of a tree with branches growing horizontally. Within the dark veins there was clearly light flowing, filled with a different kind of vitality. But just thinking about its most likely source made one shudder. Kitano Tsukido instinctively wanted to keep his distance from the Pope puppet. He wanted to retreat after completing his task, but the latter had no intention of taking over. Perhaps it felt that the distance and height were just right, so it simply used Kitano Tsukido as a table. It stretched its hand over the control area of the device and began to operate it. Kitano Tsukido's pupils dilated as he watched the Pope puppet's fingertips switch back and forth between the virtual interface and the physical buttons. Especially with the appearance of a business elite. He looked quite professional when he did such actions. But as long as one thought about the true identity, status, and image of the Pope, there was an element of absurdity in it. And as the Pope puppet operated, the mimicry image of the spiritual sea in the projection area connected to the device began to change repeatedly. The colorful water droplets constantly adjusted the angle of presentation, and at the same time the colors quickly faded, forming a general grayish-white base tone. Kitano Tsukido did not quite understand what this change meant. He subconsciously turned to look at Bai Xinyan, but he saw that Bai Xinyan's gaze had drifted to Yukawa Aishuk, who had just been seated in the front row. Bai Xinyan also noticed Kitano Tsukido's gaze, but she had no intention of explaining. She moved her gaze away from Yukawa Aishuk and switched back and forth between the device and the projection area. She knew, and she had even explained to Yukawa Aishuk earlier, that this kind of change was a result of the repetitive spiritual waves in the surrounding area and the changes that had already become a routine. It was presented as the regular background radiation. This was also a sign that the initial analysis of the mimicry picture had been completed. Last time in Osaka, Bai Xinyan had spent at least 20 minutes to achieve this step. Even if the sensing range was wider this time and the processing of more data, the difference was too obvious in comparison. Bai Xinyan could confirm that this device was directly sent over from the deep blue world. It was a product of the laboratory, and it had not been put into the market. Perhaps this was the only one on Earth. Then, where did the super operating ability of the Pope of the 100 Collections come from? Was it born with knowledge? Such thoughts could be written into the scriptures of the Church, but in the real world, it was better to use reasoning. From the simple background of the device, if the problem was not in the application or the circulation, then the problem could only be in the research and development stage. According to her understanding, the Apocalypse Laboratory had obtained inspiration from Luo Nan's cage theory to develop this device. They hoped to use it as a key tool to break the barriers that ordinary people had to the spiritual plane. They wanted to make it into a commercial hit and lay the foundation for the next step of their grand plan. The so-called return on investment, the small profit operation, and the like were just excuses to deal with investors like Yukawa Aishuk. As for what the grand plan was, Bai Xinyan did not know the full picture. She only heard that the laboratory attached great importance to it, and that even Li Wei was deeply involved in the research and development. But now it seemed that Li Wei was not the only one participating in the research and development. The relationship between the Apocalypse Laboratory and the Amaterasu order was no longer concealed. Yukawa Aishuk had indeed played the worst trick. Focus! A low and hoarse voice flowed out from the throat of the Pope puppet. It was directed at Bai Xinyan. Your Majesty? You'll be the one operating from now on. Make sure that the interface is maintained on this baseline. The Pope puppet did not even raise its head. The arrangement was a matter of course. The slight loss of voice at the end proved that the organ tissue of the throat had not completely recovered. It was impossible for it to recover. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. Perhaps it was because of this that the Pope of the 100 Collections did not play any tricks. She spoke very clearly. Qianjiu exerts force through the abyss region. Distance isn't a problem, but it is very difficult to accurately lock onto Luo Nan. Luo Nan previously reversed, sealed the Magatama configuration, and Xia Hui on the back of the mountain, cutting off our path of descent. His methods are brilliant, but it is hard to avoid revealing traces. We have grabbed onto a piece of his tail, but it is too insubstantial. It jumps back and forth between the material plane and the mental plane. Qianjiu probed down from the abyss region to the material plane, causing a large loss in precision. He needs me to act as the signal tower's relay gain. Only then can he encircle and intercept Luo Nan. Luo Nan knows all of this. He will most likely do something. The Pope of the 100 Collections operated the apparatus as she explained. In this way, Bai Xinyan had a clear understanding of the distorted bubbles of colorful light that gradually grew on the ash-gray background. Frankly speaking, it was a nesting doll structure. The innermost layer of the bubble was the signal tower of the Pope puppet. It appeared weak and fleeting, as if it could collapse at any time. The middle layer warped and fluctuated, flickering indefinitely. Specks of light would appear from time to time, but they did not form a shape. This was most likely the impact of the battle between the two sides. The details were no longer something that the mimicry diagram could analyze. The outermost layer was supported by a bubble. This bubble was much more stable, forming a boundary that was not a boundary. Perhaps this was the control domain of a true god's extraordinary power? Of course, everything displayed here was just a mimicry on the mental sea plane. Let's not talk about accuracy. In essence, it was just the area swept by the aftermath. The main battlefield between Luo Nan and a true god was still the abyss region. Understand? His Majesty is using himself as bait. Bai Xinyan was just being polite. The Pope had only used a pious believer puppet. It was not even an ability user. How could it be considered bait? If Luo Nan really wanted to pull the firewood out from the bottom of the cauldron, then the true unlucky ones would be them, the passengers of the airship, if there was a slight deviation in the application of power. However, this possibility was meaningless to the Pope of the 100 Collections. What he paid attention to was on a completely different level than the others. The puppet raised its head and stared at Bai Xinyan with its scarlet eyes. Protect the apparatus. Collect data. If Chenju is unable to obtain the results of the battle, this place needs to be maintained for at least 200 seconds. The mimicry generator will transmit the data to the laboratory's cloud. We need to clearly see his foundation. We need to clearly see what he's hiding behind his back. Yes. Bai Xinyan agreed, but she had a feeling that the Pope of the 100 Collections was not talking to her. Instead, he was shouting at Luo Nan, whose whereabouts were unknown within the boundless clouds. It was like a threat, but it was also like a lure. Chapter 843. Yin Lu arrived at Luo Nan's rented studio on the dot. Even though Luo Nan hadn't had a normal work and rest schedule for several days in a row, as long as she was his personal secretary, she absolutely couldn't neglect the morning and evening work. She first pressed the intercom outside the workshop, but there was no response. Only then did she verify her fingerprint to enter. The lights of the workshop were on, and the lights and shadows of the virtual work area were fluctuating. Luo Nan sat behind the workbench with one hand supporting his cheek. His figure was frozen. He should be concentrating on his work. However, when he took 2 more steps forward and took a closer look, he discovered that the man's eyes were closed and his breathing was slow. He had actually fallen asleep while maintaining this posture. He probably couldn't take it anymore after working continuously. Yinlu didn't dare to wake Luo Nan up. She just scanned the workshop to see if there was anything that needed to be cleaned up. That moving shelf didn't exist before. Now, it was placed in the middle of the room. It was very conspicuous. Something must have been placed there earlier. It was likely that the veteran had been here before. Yinlu moved the mobile rack to the corner and quietly walked to the workbench. She didn't dare to touch the tools and instruments on the stage. She could only pick up some small things and even took photos to locate them. She didn't want anything to go wrong, and she couldn't recover them. It was also at this time that she glanced at the virtual work area. The picture she saw was very familiar. It was like a bottomless sea or a storm on the surface of the sea. It was thick and colorful, and the structure was chaotic. In fact, it was made up of 2 overlapping pictures, 2 psychic diagrams. The reason why Yinlu was certain of this was because she had seen Luo Nan dismantle and integrate before. Moreover, most of the things she had been busy with recently came from this. It was hard for Yinlu to notice such a complicated and profound diagram. However, she noticed that the whole picture was fluctuating rhythmically, as if it was an interwoven picture of the ocean that was gradually seeping into the real world and becoming a substantial existence. Yinlu was startled, but she soon realized that it might be a misconception. This was because there was a certain amount of distortion and refraction of light in the surroundings of the sleeping Luo Nan. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the air was fluctuating, resulting in an illusion. Luo Nan wasn't resting. He was cultivating, right? Was there a need to be so desperate? Yinlu couldn't help but recall the letter she had sent to Mrs. Halder, which described her doubts and judgment. Luo Nan, this new boss of hers, had his sights set on the target. The enemy he targeted far exceeded the scope of what should have been. This forced him to never stop moving forward. Instead, he seized every moment and opportunity to improve himself. He was as taut as a humming bowstring. He might shoot a deadly arrow at any time, but he might also snap on his own. Yinlu sighed. Her breath was still lingering in her mouth when a rustling sound rang out at the same time. Behind the workbench, the chair on Luo Nan's body suddenly collapsed without any warning. The wooden body of the chair and the soft cushion on the seat disintegrated into fine dust, and some of the plastic and metal parts were twisted and cracked. At the same time, they were restrained by a certain force, which erased the kinetic energy of the disintegration. They fell in a straight line and fell to the ground. Lu was startled. "Sir." The moment she spoke those words, she felt that there were too many similar exclamations. But when the impact came, what could she do? And this time the shout had some effect. Luo Nen opened his eyes at this time. As for his body, it floated in midair, maintaining its original natural state without any undulation. "Sir." Lu called out in a probing manner. "Oh, you're here." Luo Nen looked as if he had just woken up. He floated in midair, unfolded his body and stretched his waist, but his eyes were as bright as stars. He didn't have the hazy appearance of someone who had just woken up. Lu was very curious as to what Luo Nen had been doing, but she couldn't really ask. She could only go with the flow and say, "It's almost 10:30. Sir, do you want to go back and rest?" "Oh, it doesn't matter if I rest or not. I can't stay here for now. It wasn't easy to calibrate the equipment. I might have to start all over again." Really?" Lu responded with her mouth, but in her mind, she thought of the fluctuating air around Luo Nan. Luo Nan's feet didn't touch the ground. His body turned a few times, and he sat on the wheelchair next to the workbench. He entered into the disabled mode, which required someone to serve him. Li's eyes were still engraved with the image of his natural turning and turning, of his figure that didn't have the slightest trace of smoke and fire. It was unknown how much more brilliant it was than when he used the electromagnetic configuration to propel his fleshly body to float in midair. But when she thought about it in detail, only 2 weeks had passed in between. This degree of improvement. Lu sighed silently. She consciously went behind the wheelchair and did what she needed to do. But when she exerted force, the wheelchair actually became heavy and sluggish. It didn't move at all. "What's wrong with this?" "I almost forgot. I can't take a car in my current situation. Let's walk back." "What's your situation?" Lu finally found the opportunity to seek knowledge and dispel her doubts. She subconsciously made a guess. "Did you have another breakthrough in your cultivation?" "Nope. I was just playing a game. You can't take it seriously." "Oh." Lu was at a loss out of habit. The wheelchair beneath Luo Nen didn't need her to exert force at this time. It automatically moved forward and left the room. Lu hurried to catch up. She could confirm that this wasn't the work of the motor built into the wheelchair. Luo Nan ignored the commercial car parked outside after leaving the workshop. He directly controlled the wheelchair to move forward. Lu arranged for the driver to go ahead first. She walked with small steps in her high heels. She followed behind him with clattering sounds. It was close to midnight in the Ping Trade Market. Even in the central area, there were very few pedestrians. The streets were empty, looking quite refreshing. But Luo Nan said, "How impatient!" He narrowed his eyes as he spoke. A portion of the soul cloak spread out for thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers. Hot bubbles bulged out from the intense light and high temperature. It was like a blazing furnace, roasting the slight fishy smell of the clouds and sea into a complex sensory stimulation. It was transmitted over a distance of 1,500 kilometers. He sensed it, experienced it, and responded to it. Of course, it was just as Luo Nen said. This series of senses was more like the stimulation of a virtual game, and it was a low degree of simulation. It was a bit like the déjà vu of an external neuron taking an offline test. He wasn't even as nervous as he was back then. If he didn't pass the test, he would most likely be in big trouble. Right now, the soul cloak was restraining and resisting him. He was playing hide-and-seek with a true god in the abyssal region. He arranged a few configurations within the clouds and watched them live and die. He didn't care much about winning or losing. It was just like the Pope of 100 Collections, who claimed to use her body as bait. What tense situation! It was all just talk. How could he be taken seriously? Well, for Bai Xinyan and the other people involved, this wasn't wrong. Only Luo Nen wouldn't. He couldn't do this.